Good morning. Welcome to the board meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors on this day, June 2nd, 2026. We will now call this meeting to order, and we will stand and offer a pledge of allegiance to our flag led by Supervisor Lutweiler.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
May God bless America and all of us voting today. If you haven't done so, I hope you do. It's a very, very special and honorable act for us to take part in. So today we will have presentations. Leading off that presentation list is our recognition of Health and Human Services, Adult Services, where we will be adopting a proclamation recognizing June 2026 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month. I will read that proclamation in, and then we will invite our team up to have comments. A proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity recognizing June 2026 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month. Whereas Elder Abuse Awareness Month is recognized internationally in June of each year to raise awareness of abuse, neglect, abandonment, isolation, and financial exploitation affecting older adults and dependent adults. And whereas older adults and dependent adults are valued members of Trinity County, including veterans, grandparents, retired workers, caregivers, tribal elders, community leaders, and lifelong residents whose lives and contributions deserve dignity, safety, respect, and protection. And whereas elder and dependent adult abuse is often hidden and unreported, and victims may suffer in silence due to fear, shame, dependency, cognitive decline, isolation, or concern about losing relationships, housing, care, or independence. And whereas rural communities face unique challenges, including geographic isolation, limited transportation, limited resources, and social disconnection, making awareness, prevention, and community partnerships especially important in Trinity County. And whereas Trinity County Adult Protective Services works in partnership with law enforcement, healthcare providers, and public guardians office, behavioral health, tribal partners, community organizations, financial institutions, care facilities, mandated reporters, and concerned citizens to investigate reports of abuse and support safety, dignity, and self-determination. And whereas protecting older adults and dependent adults is a shared community responsibility that begins with noticing changes, checking in on neighbors, reporting suspected abuse, supporting caregivers, reducing isolation, and listening to the voices and wishes of vulnerable adults. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity hereby recognize June 2026 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month in Trinity County and joins communities across California, the nation, and the world in raising awareness and reaffirming the county's commitment to protecting older adults and dependent adults. Be it further proclaimed that the board encourages all residents, agencies, organizations, financial institutions, care providers, families, neighbors, and community partners to help prevent elder and dependent adult abuse by remaining vigilant, reporting suspected abuse, supporting vulnerable adults, and promoting a county culture that aging is met with compassion, safety, dignity, and respect. This will be duly passed and adopted on this day, June 2nd, 2026, by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity. Do we have?
Good morning, Chairwoman Carpenter Harris, and distinguished members of Trinity County Board of Supervisors. My name is Tamim Ansari, and I'm honored to stand before you today on behalf of Trinity County's Health and Human Services. Thank you so much. Trinity County's Health and Human Services Agency and Adult Protective Services Unit to respectfully request recognition of June 2026 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month. Elder Abuse Awareness Month, recognized internationally each year in June, shines a light on the most hidden and underreported public safety and public health issues affecting our communities. The abuse, neglect, abandonment, isolation, and financial exploitation of older and dependent adults. Our elders are the foundation of our families, our neighborhoods, and our history. They are veterans, grandparents, retired teachers, farmers, caregivers, tribal elders, community leaders, and lifelong residents who have shaped Trinity County into what it is today. They deserve dignity, safety, respect, and protection. Yet, elder abuse often happens quietly, behind closed doors and in isolation, sometimes at the hands of strangers and sometimes by those that they trust the most. Many victims suffer silence due to fear, shame, dependency, cognitive decline, or concern about losing relationships and their independence. In rural communities like ours, these challenges can become even more difficult due to the geographic isolation, our limited resources, transportation barriers that we face, and just social disconnection. This makes awareness, prevention, and community partnership critically important. Adult Protective Services works every day alongside many community partners, including law enforcement, our healthcare providers, the Public Guardian's Office, behavioral health, tribal partners, community organizations, financial institutions, different care facilities, and just concerned citizens. And we are there to investigate the abuse and support vulnerable adults while promoting their safety and self-determination. Over the past year, Trinity County's Adult Protective Services has served 220 elders and dependent adults. But prevention does not belong to one agency alone. Protecting elders is a community responsibility. It begins with all of us noticing changes, checking in on our neighbors, and reporting suspecting abuse, supporting the caregivers that are there to help, reducing the isolation, and listening to older adults, and creating a county culture where aging is met, excuse me, with compassion instead of invisibility. Today, we ask the board to formally proclaim June 2026 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month in Trinity County and join communities across California, the nation, and the world in raising awareness and reaffirming our commitment to protecting older and dependent adults. By recognizing this day, Trinity County sends a clear message that elder abuse will not be ignored, our aging and dependent population matters, and every older adult deserves to live free from abuse, neglect, fear, and exploitation. On behalf of Trinity County's Health and Human Services Agency's Adult Protective Services Unit, thank you for your time, your leadership, and continued support of our county's older and vulnerable adult population.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I will take a motion.
I'll move approval. I'll second.
Second.
Supervisor Brownfield hit the second. Thank you. Do we have any comments from the board? Anyone like to speak to the?
I think that what struck me the most in your very moving and important words was the point where you encourage that we need to listen to them. You know what it feels like as a mom sometimes to feel like you say things? You think, are my kids listening? What about when you get older? And this time you're not listened to, not just because kids are thinking at their own pace and kind of growing and maturing, but this time they're just not listening. And do we write that off that, grandma just doesn't know what she's saying anymore? But to really be heard. And so I really honor the inclusion of that and encourage that. And I'm grateful for what all of you put into the work and the observations and the response. Thank you.
Anyone else like to make a comment? I will just say thank you very much. The more eyes that we have looking out for those who are compromised, I believe the better we will do as a community and as a society. I have had the opportunity to take care of my grandparents when they were in very compromised ages in their lives, and I cared for both of my parents when they were passing away from cancer. And I've also had the opportunity to witness some very, very terrible acts of brutality against seniors. And it's something that it's I get a little ferocious about it because I believe that the sage wisdom that exists in our seniors should be valued, and we should find it an honor to sit at their feet and listen to what they have learned throughout their life, and gain from their wisdom and their knowledge and their understanding of a world that may have been different than ours, but it is the foundation of the world that we live in. I love intergenerational activities, community events that allow kids to bring that giggle and that laughter to our seniors, and for that older person to have the opportunity to put a cookie in a little kid's hand is something that it's a precious sight. So thank you all for what you do for the elders in our community, and keep doing it. So I will call for the.
Supervisor Brownfield,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Chairman Carpenter Harris.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will, pardon me? Oh, pictures. We- Thank you very much. You guys do a good job. Thank you so much. We will now have presentations. We'll receive an update from the U.S. Forest Service representatives regarding matters of interest to Trinity County. Welcome.
Morning, supervisors, ladies and gentlemen. For the Forest Service, we recently sold the Bowerman timber sale. It was 650 acres of the Bowerman whole area. Our field crews are working on another section of the Bowerman, and then once they complete there, they are going to move over to the peak emergency area and continue work there, hopefully throughout the rest of the summer. The Forest Service is making great progress in the Hayward Campground, where we are curtain burning, chipping all the timber and slash that's left over from that sale. We recently completed 17 days of planting in the Yola Bola district. It was 1,085.4 acres and approximately 286,000 seedlings planted in those 17 days. Weaverville and Big Bar readiness reviews. So the firefighters are going to start their readiness reviews this week in Weaverville and Big Bar. And then Hayfork and Yola Bola's readiness review will be in 2 weeks. And then the last thing that I have is the Secure Rural Schools Act. So it was recently updated, and the Washington office has directed fundings to local priorities. So the Shasta Trinity National Forest is working to set up the Resource Advisory Committee. It is 15 positions in Shasta and or Trinity County. So I do have the news release that was put out by the Shasta Trinity, and then I have a handful of applications that I'm hoping that I'll be able to leave in the back for anyone that would be interested. They can either be mailed to the district office, the supervisor's office in Reading, or they can just be hand dropped off to our front desks.
Okay, thank you.
And that is all I have, unless there are questions.
Thank you. I'm excited for the summer.
Yeah.
I'm excited when I see in Salyer, our hotshot crews are all there and everyone's running in the mornings and exercising. And it's just a flurry of activity around the forest stations right now. And it always makes me like happy.
Yeah.
Thank you. Be safe.
Thank you.
We are going to make a change in the agenda due to some timing issues. We will now hear reports out from our department heads prior to hearing public comment. Do we have any department head reports in the room? Good morning.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the board. Tim Saxon, Sheriff. Couple of things to bring to your attention. The last time I spoke to you, we were going to be graduating 3 individuals from the Siskiyou Post Academy. Last Friday, guess what? We graduated 3 people from the Post Academy. So
Yay.
one of them onboarded yesterday. 2 of them were previously employees that were working in our jail. So they are now all on board with the sheriff's office, and we're very excited about that. Believe it's tomorrow. We have testing for correctional deputy dispatcher. So we are continuing to hire there, reaching out to you and to the public that we are still looking for good applicants. So if you know anyone or anybody listening to this meeting today, please apply through the county HR office. An update on our emergency communication system. As you know, back in December, we contracted with Day Wireless evaluation on our aging radio system that, and you've heard me talk about this before, but just to kind of go over this again, for decades, very little has been done to upgrade our system, other than a few maintenance things over those years. So we got our plan together through the CAO's office and through some coordination with OES. We have our plan and we're moving forward on that. In January, the county formally designated the sheriff's office as the office of primary responsibility for the emergency communication system. We developed a budget line item for this, which is very important for transparency so that you and the public know exactly what monies were budgeted for this project and where we are spending those monies. Through those funds, we were able to hire a dedicated project manager to coordinate not only the contract, but the ongoing repairs for the system and to maintain contact with our contractor, Day Wireless. We also received some funding from the state early on to support some critical system evaluation and repair efforts. Some of that was done in April, where we replaced several of the antennas up on Oregon Mountain. Oregon Mountain is our main repeater location. So again, I'm just covering some things that you already know, just to give some background history. When we replaced a number of those antennas in April, we saw remarkable improvement in our communications, primarily with our volunteer fire departments in Lewiston, Douglas City, and Weaverville. That was short-lived. In May, we began to see some degradation in those signals, especially with the pagers. We looked to Day Wireless to try and figure out that issue. Part of their evaluation back in December, they noted that there were several pieces of equipment that were aging and failing. They were going to fail. Towards the end of May, there was a significant failure in the paging system that necessitated extreme measures to get day wireless to come out with a technician to determine what was going on. That failure did cause a problem in Lewiston with the fire department not receiving pages. So on I believe it's the 25th, Memorial Day, my staff and I, we contacted Day Wireless and asked for emergency help on this. They did respond, sent the technician up, and determined that one of those pieces of equipment that was identified as called a duplexer had failed. And that controls paging out. That controls the paging for all the volunteer fire departments. They had to order it. This is not a part that you can just go down to the store and pick up. It's a significant piece of equipment, has to be tuned specifically to the radio system that you have. And throughout California, every emergency response agency has a different type of radio system. So as Day Wireless was trying to obtain quotes and bids and find this equipment, I had conversations with our main contact there, and we both knew how significant this issue was for our public safety. And I mentioned this at the Lewiston community meeting that we just had last week, but our contact took it upon himself to actually go over to the coast, find a loaner duplexer that met the same specifications we had it tuned, and brought it out to us. And in a storm on Wednesday night last week, actually went up with Mike Catoni, our project specialist, installed it like 10 o'clock at night, 10:30, in a storm, and got our system back up and running. And by the next day, testing showed that our pagers had been re-established for our fire departments. As of yesterday, my reports are that the pagers are working properly, as well as the radio system. Again, this is something that I can report today it's working. But again, I don't know how long this will last, as our equipment is aging and is already been identified that it will fail at some point in time. We are working diligently on getting quotes, bids, to find out in a priority order how we can get this equipment replaced based upon our budgetary needs. So we are working closely with Day Wireless on that. My instructions to them is our priority is FireNet services first. Get that done first. So they understand and they're doing it. In fact, yesterday I just received a quote and an invoice for the duplexers. So there are 4 duplexers up on Oregon Mountain, and the total cost on that, which I've already sent over to the CAO and he's approved, is just under $22,000 for just duplexers. And so we are also working with OES on getting that amount approved through the grants up to state OES. So they're working on that too. So hopefully we're getting that working. So I just want to stress to you that having taken on this responsibility of the communication system, we do take it very seriously. It is a #1 priority with regard to that. I just want the people of the county to know that we do take this seriously. We are working diligently on it. I want you to know that, that each of the members of your districts should be aware of the fact that we're doing everything we can to maintain the radio system, to improve the radio system, and to fix the radio system. That's what I have right now.
Thank you.
Questions?
You have a question, Supervisor Weiler?
I just wanted to add a comment of support and appreciation. The call came in to me Memorial Day morning, and I reached out to CEO Tuttle and Sheriff Saxon and immediately was getting response, and there was, as described, immediate action. And in the 24 hours that followed, what we realized is that the problem had occurred like 10 days before, but the people that needed to know didn't know.
Mm.
And I think it was one of those things where people have become a little bit numb to, well, it's always kind of problems, but we're working on it. And the reality was we had had a market improvement from the work that had been done, and then it dropped off, but we didn't know.
Mm.
And we were able to feed in information from a report that showed the exact timing of when it failed.
Mm.
And if people had been communicating throughout that process, we would have never gotten to that significant failure point.
Mm.
And so I just think it's really important that I believe, Day Wireless and Sheriff Saxon and Under Sheriff Ward and Mike Catoni are all doing everything they can with the money they have, and they're prioritizing and doing things, but they have to have the closed loop of information about what is happening out in the field.
Mm.
And that to me was as much a failure as the equipment failure. Just my 2 cents. But thank you for what you did. Thank you both for coming out to the Lewiston meeting on Friday.
To follow up on that, Supervisor Lutweiler, Mike Catoni did send out a kind of a, I guess, a survey, if you will, to the fire chiefs to pass on to the volunteers to gather that data that says if they have a problem, to go down this checklist and indicate what problems they've had, so that information can be relayed back to us so that we can collect that data and then advise the technicians when we do have a problem. Again, as I said many times before, when you go to the doctor and you have a problem, they need to know, well, what are your symptoms?
Mm.
They can't diagnose what you have wrong with you if they don't have symptoms. So that's what we need.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? I just want to say I have this little saying that I did it with my kids. I do it in almost every scenario daily. I ask myself what worked, what didn't, and why, and then you solve for why. And that these types of scenarios that comes to my mind, like what worked, what didn't, and why, and then how do we do, always seeking to solve for that why, whether it's a good why and we need to keep doing it, or it's a bad why and we need to figure out how to improve ourselves. But I do thank you, and let the gentleman know at Day Wireless who gave up his time. And it's very I would imagine it was rather spooky up there on the top of Organ Mountain when that storm of lightning was coming through. So that was a risk that he took for all of us, and I do appreciate that.
Lightning, metal towers.
Yeah.
I don't know. As a last comment here, it's important to also remember, because of the large number of pieces of equipment that are up there, every piece has its requirements, what they do in the system as it operates in totality. When you replace one piece, it affects how another piece works.
Mm-hmm.
Because our system is so old, they don't make any of this equipment anymore.
Oh.
In fact, some of the manufacturers are no longer in business anymore. There are no spare parts anymore. So what Day Wireless is saying, that they have to be careful what they replace our existing equipment with, to make sure that it operates with the next piece until we can afford to replace that next piece.
Mm-hmm.
We also have the issue with the vault that's up there that our equipment is currently in. Both Supervisor Carpenter-Harris and Supervisor Cox, you were up there, you saw how small that particular facility is that all of our equipment is in. What happens when you have a small building like that is each one of those pieces of equipment emits radio frequency interference.
Mm-hmm.
So when it's all close together like that, that also impacts the success of our transmissions, because it can create interference. So that's why sometimes our transmissions are not clear. So that it will eventually have to be addressed as well.
Yes. Okay. Well, I'm so glad that everything ultimately worked out. Thank you for everyone's efforts on that. Are there any other department head reports in the room? Seeing none, do we have any department head reports online?
I have no raised hands and see no department heads unmuted.
Thank you. I just want to, as I do every meeting, remind the public that department head reports are located on their websites, and that we receive a plethora of them through emails at days before agendized meetings so that we are being kept up to date on those items. We will now return to our standard format and we will now take public comment. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter as a subsequent board agenda. Do we have any public comment in the room?
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. Lisa Wright. I own property D1, D2, D3. So look I have almost all of you. I'm here today to comment on process, transparency, and public confidence in the general plan and zoning code update effort. After sitting through and listening to both days of the joint study sessions, I came away with one overriding concern. There appears to be a growing gap between what the public believes is being reviewed and what is actually being proposed. Throughout the study sessions, we heard discussion of eliminating zoning districts, restructuring residential zoning, expanding overlay zones, modifying permit authority, changing allowable uses, and addressing concerns that may stem not only from zoning, but from underlying general plan land use designations themselves. We also heard repeated discussion that significant planning commission direction had not yet been fully incorporated into the draft that was presented of the zoning code. The planning commission spent dozens of hours reviewing these materials and serves as an important advisory role in the county's land use process, together certainly with public input. Now, the commission is not staff. It's the board's appointed land use advisory body, and its recommendations deserve a transparent path forward and a central role. At the same time, many members of the public remain unable to determine which planning commission recommendations were incorporated, which were not, and why. We cannot easily compare existing zoning to proposed zoning. We cannot easily see how public comments influence the draft before us. I know that several weren't incorporated. Public confidence grows when direction is clearly documented, when changes are easy to track, when comments are visible, and when the public can understand how decisions are being made. We need to know, and we deserve to know. I also believe an important question remains regarding the relationship between the notice of preparation for the EIR and the April 2026 draft zoning code. The NOP describes zoning code updates intended to ensure consistency with the general plan, reflect changes in state law, clarify cannabis requirements, and address certain rezonings, particularly around public lands. Yet the study sessions revealed discussion of much broader zoning restructuring and policy changes that the public was not notified of. Whether those changes remain within the scope originally described is a question, and it deserves public clarification. We don't have that. I've posed that question within Trinity 2050 and have not received any replies. Finally, the study sessions revealed that some concerns may not be zoning issues at all, but may involve the underlying general plan land use designation. If that is the case, it reinforces the need for a careful, transparent process that fully utilizes planning commission and maintains public trust. These documents will shape Trinity County for decades. Getting it right is more important than getting it done quickly. Getting it done right is more important. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment in the room?
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Tom Malenko, Douglas City. I did want to just acknowledge everybody's time in the marathon session that we mostly, that part of we endured. For better or for worse, you guys put the time in, and I very much appreciate that. I watched a lot of it through Zoom and spent some time in here, but that is, it's not easy to engage with the public for, I think, I don't know, 20 hours over the course of 2 days. Impressive, and I do want to acknowledge that and thank you for it. It brought back PTSD from crafting of the cannabis ordinance back in 2015, 2016. and the hours of waiting for public comment. And it reminded me that during those times, some of us who commented a lot realized that there were other people who commented that really got in our craw. For me, that was Mike McHugh, John Letton, Dick Morris. For them, it was me. And so we ended up talking after that and trying to put our heads together. And what came out of those conversations was this group that we loosely referred to as the Unholy Trinity. It was some representatives from the TAA, some representatives from the cultivation community, and some representatives from the environmental community. We used to meet at Indian Creek Lodge, and at our very first meeting, we agreed on and proposed what we now call the 4 principles. Those were brought by TAA. And, you know, at the very first moments of the very first meeting, tentatively, John and Dick Morris proposed these 4 principles. And they were genuinely surprised when those of us in the cultivation community said, yeah, those sound good. I don't think we amended them at all. We might have changed 1 or 2 words, but it was easy to agree on that. I'm sure the look of surprise on their faces is what Dee Potter saw on my own face when he said, yeah, that sounds like a good idea on the compromise that led to the carve-outs. Carve-outs have never been good land use, but for Trinity, they've been good politics. And I have believed in them with the exceptions that they have, that were baked into them. And I think they've worked. I would like to see them stay balanced as they were. So I hope that follows through as we dig into the zoning code. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment in the room? Seeing none, do we have any online?
I have no raised hands.
Thank you. We will now close public comment and move into reports and announcements. As we have already heard from our department heads, we will now receive a report from our county administrative officer.
Thank you, Chair. On the state budget front, yesterday the State Assembly released their 27-28 Assembly Budget Plan, which follows the release of the Senate 26-27 State Budget Plan that was released last Thursday. The 2 houses will now negotiate their differences ahead of the constitutional deadline of June 15th for the state to adopt their budget. There are still what I would consider some pretty significant differences, with items associated around HR 1, but CSAC, RCRC, and the other organizations that we participate in are very engaged in that and advocating on our behalf, as are some of us individually. As a reminder, we'll be bringing forward our initial 26-27 budget at our next meeting on June 16th, and we'll be using the same methodologies we have the last 3 years for that initial budget. We had a Trindell board meeting on May 21st. Some good news came out of this. Just for your awareness, the leadership in that organization has stabilized a lot over the last year. Prior to that, there was a little bit of time there where there were some leadership challenges at the executive director level, but that is now stabilized, and the leadership and the staff over there are doing very well. And basically for 26-27, our rates are fairly flat, I would say. Some of that is due to an actuary accounting type of change. But overall, we're doing fairly well for 26-27 in the insurance arena. We're not quite as confident in the 27-28 timeframe. But more will come on that probably in the next 3 to 4 months or somewhere in that range as far as what we're looking at for 27-28. I participated in the North State Cooperative Library System annual meeting last week virtually. There are some various issues that are being worked across the larger county library systems. I was able to make some good contacts, have some good discussion in there, and there's some more information on the library topic coming up in the agenda item later on today. RCRC led the jail medical feasibility study kickoff meeting earlier this week. And Trinity County, just for your information, or for your just information and refreshment, we are participating along with Modoc, Siskiyou, Lassen, Del Norte, Tehama, and Humboldt in what's considered the northern region. There are 5 regions throughout the state that are being evaluated by this company that RCRC has entered into a contractual agreement with. There will be some on-site meetings at each county within each of the regions. Our topography and size of our facilities, they're probably thinking ours will be in the latter part of the evaluation phases, but all that is still being worked out logistically right now. But they will come and visit each of the facilities, look at processes, methodologies, potential ways to make improvements, immediately on site. But then they're also, the longer term focus is on potential ways to continue to provide the required medical services within the jails, maybe in a different methodology than we have historically provided them. So that evaluation will be ongoing. It will probably take, in the 12 to 18 months time period to actually complete everything fully throughout the state, but then each of those regions will have a different timeline in and of themselves. And as this unfolds more, we'll continue to keep the board updated, but the staff is very aware of this and will become more and more involved as these consultants come out and actually do their site visits. And that's all I've got for now.
Thank you. We will now move into report out from our Board of Supervisors. We will start with Supervisor Gogan. Do you have anything to report out?
I just wanted to say thanks to Supervisor Carpenter Harris and Supervisor Brownfield for being at the Memorial Day service in Hayfork. It was kind of stunning that there's 300 and something people that gave their lives in war that are in Hayfork alone. Pretty startling to me. I do want to thank Ruby Fierro from probation for sending a crew out there to make the cemetery look so good. It was a good morning. It was sombering, and I want to thank Sheriff Tim Saxon for being there also. And I want to thank the rest of my board for sitting through those 24 hours of planning, commissioning, and board meetings, getting together the zoning aspect of our general plan. And I just wanted to make a comment on transparency and openness. We had not only 24 hours and 2 days, but we did have public comment, and then we reopened public comment for any more comments. So as far as transparency goes, I don't know how much more transparent this board could be, or the planning commission. We hashed it out. We took our time. We're going to take more time. We're doing the best we can do. If you did not see the commitment on those 2 days, I don't know how you missed it. But maybe some did, and that's unfortunate for them, because we did. As far as getting the word out to the public, I do have a town hall meeting on the 11th that will go through the zoning aspect of the general plan at the Roderick Center at 6 p.m. And I will have a couple people who can answer some questions, any questions that you may have about the zoning um, with the general plan at that meeting. So I urge everybody from District 3 to join us at the Roderick Center, 6 o'clock on the 11th this month, a Thursday. And that is all I have. And I just want to thank the board again for their hard work. A couple of weeks back, that was pretty tough, but we got it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Lutwiler?
Yes, just a second. Catching my notes there. Okay, so following our marathon, if you will, of zoning code meetings, I missed the first day of the CSAC legislative conference because it was on the second day of our listening sessions. So I drove the following morning, caught what I could of the legislative sessions, and then met with the CSAC board. And then the following morning on Friday, I was able to participate in meeting with state legislators, and it was very informative, and it was a great opportunity for us to communicate with these people who were working those decisions that CAO Tuttle just mentioned. And one of the things I've consistently heard is that it's important, one of the most important things we can do, whether we as the public or we are county supervisors or staff, is share stories that make it real. Because in the end, they're going to work numbers back and forth and try to make them work, but the stories land. And so two things. One, I had an opportunity to meet with the person who manages the governor's legislative calendar and deliver the message, because she made a point of saying the governor is just committed that as he leaves office, he wants to leave it with a surplus like when he came in. And my message was, please make sure he understands that that surplus should not be created by creating deficits at the county level.
Yes.
And that when you do things like don't fund HR1, that's exactly what you're doing. And then I gave examples of the kinds of cuts that we'd have to make. And then coming back from that, again, being kind of motivated by what I was hearing, I shared a post with a link that allowed the public to, with a few clicks of their mouse and entering their name, they could send off letters to all of the people that represent us making those decisions. And so that was posted that same day or the next day. And I don't know how many people took advantage of it. I'm not trying to track that. I was just trying to make it easy and give them an understanding of why that's important. And as we heard, there's still a little bit of time, and I encourage you to do that. They just need to hear the stories and the reasons why it's different here. Nortec. I attended the board meeting last week in Anderson. This is by far the organization that I'm appointed to by this board that has eaten up the most of my time. And apparently that's going to continue because yesterday the executive director of Nortec resigned. So we are now moving quickly. We've already found an interim director, confirmed that with them last night, excuse me. And now we are scheduling an executive committee meeting to start the recruiting process again. So we will hopefully land a strong executive director for Nortec, and that is, for those who don't follow all these wonderful acronyms, the Regional Workforce Board that represents, I think it's 11 states in our northern state area. Let's see, Sierra Nevada Conservancy. Last week I participated in the sub-region meeting. We're part of one of several sub-regions for that organization. And then I've mentioned this before, but this is finally the week. A tour takes place tomorrow for the board and the public to go visit some of the sites that are proposed or underway from Sierra Nevada Conservancy type work. And then we will actually have the board meeting here in town for the very first time on Thursday. And our local watershed Training and Research Center is on the agenda to receive just under $500,000 in a grant to support recreational focused work up in the northern part of the county. So it's a great opportunity. And one of the things that is very interesting is that the vast majority of the board has never been to Trinity County. And so it's great that this at least will bring them here and we get to kind of show off who we are and what we can do. And why they should come back more often.
They're always impressed when they do come.
They are, yeah. California Jobs First, I participated in the update session last week, and it was an interesting opportunity to see kind of what progress we've made and what's happening next. And then I was also able to ask for some information. The CEO of CSAC, Graham Knaus, was able to join us at the NORTEC meeting, and he let us know that that board of 44 people, that he is working with federal representatives of USDA, and his goal is to try to obtain $250 million for the North State for workforce and economic development through the USDA. And he has an open dialogue with the people that can make that happen. And what he needs is very strong examples of projects that could be funded and their impact that they would have. And so he was making that plea to the 44 people representing all those counties. Please go back, find that information, get it to me, because I'm scheduling my follow-up meeting and I really need this list. And so I mentioned it here with California Jobs First because some of you will recall we went through a big process where a whole bunch of people applied for funding through that. And so we already have a lot of well-documented projects. And so I'm asking them for that detailed list that Graham could take as part of his, but I also leave it here to say, the idea is if there are projects that we need money to fund, especially like if they're the infrastructure that needs to be in place to support us to do something else, then that's the kind of money that they're trying to say you can make a significant difference and it needs to be done in this northern state part of the state. So, and then emergency communications. I just wanted to say, again, I appreciate CO Tuthill and Sheriff Saxon coming to that meeting on Friday. I appreciate their efforts on Memorial Day to try to address it very quickly. And just want to reiterate the importance of the communications. It was in a discussion, I was hearing, well, the calls are just always kind of tough. And then when I got a detailed list, and I know I've gone back and forth and made some visible errors using AI, and then, done some good stuff, I think, with AI. Well, I fed that report into AI, and within 5 minutes, it said exactly the date that the problem happened. Because it could see and track. And so that communication, if we just keep that coming into Mike Catoni as he's requested it, then I have confidence in what Day Wireless and the sheriff's team are doing on our behalf. Thank you.
Very complete.
I am.
Thank you. Supervisor Cox?
Thank you. Yesterday, I voted, and that is not unusual. But what is unusual is that I don't like to put my ballot in the mail. That's just me. I don't like to drop it in a box. That's just me. So I like to walk in to our elections desk, and I like to hand it over the counter. That's just me. But yesterday, I handed them my ballot, and I waited just a couple of minutes for my signature to be verified, and I got to feed my own ballot into a machine and let it tabulate my votes myself. And I stood there and I thought, how did I not know we had this? So I want to share that information because that, to me, is a fun thing. So if you want to go put your ballot in the machine and let it count your votes, go do that today. I have had no out-of-county travel these last 2 weeks, but I will leave tomorrow to be in Mariposa County Wednesday through Friday. RCRC annually hosts one of our meetings in the county of the chair, so that's why I'll be going there. These are wonderful opportunities to really see other counties up close and personal and understand the vast similarities that we do share as rural counties with our uniquenesses, which are awesome to understand. And I really appreciate the opportunity that they provide for us to do that. We will also conclude that with a regular board meeting on Friday morning. I did hear back from the state parks regarding those Prop $4 that I told you I would check into. It is not a surprise that they don't know how those dollars are going to roll out, but the request was Could you see that there is a need in our Joss house? And that was, they almost finished my sentences for me. Yes, we get that. So through the UC Cooperative Extension, we have a Master Gardeners group of folks who were engaged to create what would a plan look like if we were to make those buildings compliant with new fire laws as far as where the shrubs and so forth are located. That's not okay the way it is, but that takes dollars to fix. And they're very well aware that that would be a wonderful piece of implementation of those dollars. My request was, can we find out if those dollars will be allocated regionally, or will that be, you have to sort of elevate your need above everybody else in the state? The answer to that is not known. So I just shared with them if we can help to raise awareness in that and voice our request that they be done in a regional outlook, that we would like to participate with that. Roberta Arteaga, who is Senator Padilla's Northern California field rep, was scheduled to be with us on May 28th. He reached out just shortly before then and said that his directives had been changed and he was detained in Washington and couldn't come. So as we look to find a new date, he has not provided that for me yet. And then I just did want to spend a half a moment to underscore for those who maybe didn't understand what it meant when our deputy district ranger here this morning shared that there's an opportunity. They're going to recreate what's called the RAC, and people don't understand that. It's a resource advisory committee. He shared it's a 15-member group, and it's a wonderful opportunity to become engaged in how federal dollars get allocated into specific projects right here in our county. It doesn't require a lot of meetings as far as number, but they are long. And the research that you need to do in order to participate well with that group is not small. There will be a large number of projects that will get submitted that you would need to read through and then meet together with 14 other individuals and share, opportunities and discuss why you think the prioritization for those dollars should happen in the way that you think. But, for people who are maybe looking around saying, I would love to be involved, I can't do everything, but I could do something, this is a wonderful thing to come and participate in. And so if you have any interest in that at all, please reach out and more information can be provided. That's the end of my report. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Brownfield?
Thank you. I just want to comment on the meetings. Thank you to the board for all their cooperation and work together, collaboration. I want to thank the public though, because your input is absolutely crucial. We work for you, and it is absolutely important that you step up, be involved in these big, huge decisions that we're making, and you did that. I was really impressed with the full room, and I'd love to see that every time we have meetings. I think the public needs to be involved. We work for you. Heidi was nice enough to show me around her district yesterday. It was such a joy. It was great to see, the concerns she had, the roads problems she has, but the wonderful community. We stopped at people's homes and we talked to them a little bit, and I got to hear and see part of the country that I wasn't aware of, and so it was really enlightening to know that. So thank you for that. Really quiet at the home front, but we are talking on a one-to-one level on what's going on with the zoning update. And so we're keeping our community updated and getting their input still. And so I'm really proud of their stepping up. And anyway, that's the end of my report. I don't have any out of county travel. And thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, all of you. It's so much more than just the moment that we're sitting here every other Tuesday. I hope people can see that and hear that when they hear our reporting out. I just want to comment, as Supervisor Gogan did, that the opportunity to read out the names at the memorial services in Hayfork and High and Palm are always very moving. It's a really unique time to get to stand side by side with our community members as we stand as one, recognizing the service and just the extreme self-denial that it takes to serve in our military, and some of those gay ball. So that was, it's always a, I don't know, sombering, but also proud kind of opportunity. And while in Hayfork, I took the time, I hadn't gone to the Hmong Memorial that we had put in, I guess it was last year, or the year before. And so I took the time to walk over and look at that. And that certainly is a beautiful thank you and a testimony to the efforts of that group of folks when we needed them the most. I attended the North Coast Air Quality Management District meeting on the Thursday after the 2-day meeting here in Eureka. They are working through their budget for the year, and so is pretty data-driven conversation. But we have them set and ready to go. I also attend the NACO RAC, and I'll just share from the minutes from that meeting that some of the things that are happening on the larger front of the federal government. The Farm Food and National Security Act passed through the House, and just for a bit of background, the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2026 advances a range of key priorities for counties, including investments in rural childcare, health access, water infrastructure, and broadband paired with technical assistance to help resource-constrained counties access to rural development programs, and many other things, including helping manage public lands and reduce wildfire risks and those things. So it's always interesting to me to listen to those proposals, look at those acts, and then watch who votes for what. Sometimes you're blown away. The people who you think would be supporting your communities sometimes are not. And then the USDA announced a $44 million in rural broadband connectivity grant opportunities that will be coming forward in 2026. And this one, I hope, is going to benefit us significantly. The USDA Department of Agriculture announces a new environmental review process, which is the NEPA regulations, marking a significant shift in how environmental reviews will be implemented across USDA agencies. That is something that I have spoken to while at NACO meetings in the public lands and rural action and Western region, that oftentimes NEPA, especially after large wildfires, sometimes seems a little, it stops us from being able to do the restoration work that we need to do rather significantly. And then, as was spoken by the Forest Service this morning, the U.S. Department of Agriculture refiled the charter establishing the Resource Advisory Committee, which Supervisor Cox just spoke of, to help advise them on funding. And then also for the secure rural schools, I'm always asking that you send notes and letters and what you will to our federal representation to make sure that they are working as swiftly as they always can to make sure secure rural schools is fully funded. I had an opportunity to visit with the folks who are doing the Trinity River survey. And that was just a really nice opportunity to kind of share the way that, being a person who grew up on the river, my family's been here for generations, the way that we see the river really holistically, and speak into some of the, I guess, the good, bad, and the ugly about the restoration projects, and just kind of share back to them, as Supervisor Lutweiler spoke of, the importance of the story of the people. We're not data. We like to be put into box, and data likes to be created off of our experiences and our needs and the things that we are involved in. But humans and nature are so much more than data, and really trying to take the time to share that with them was important to me. And I would encourage everyone to take the survey if you have not. I want to just speak to as I roam around the mountains. I had the opportunity by going to the memorial service to go up Corral Bottoms over the top down into Hayfork, and then I went down to High and Palm from Hayfork and came back over the top from High and Palm down to 299 through Underwood. And I know I've said it before, but this Big Ranch project is really going to have a positive impact on our communities that live and utilize those high mountain roads so very often. And I'm excited to start seeing some of that work hit the ground here shortly, I hope. I do want to just say something my mom always did at the end of the school year, which she would remind everybody to pray for the yellow school buses, because all of our kids are loaded up into vans and school buses, and they're headed to the water slides. They're headed out to the beach for the day. They're going on field trips. They're visiting local farms, and they are our most precious resource, our kids. And so please make sure, as those extra school vans and buses are on the road, not during only pickup and bringing them to school in the morning, but, and picking them up in the afternoon. But when you see them on the road, remember that they might be going slow and it might be frustrating because you need to get somewhere, but that bus is full of our future. And just make sure that you stop when the red lights flash and that you don't push and get frustrated with the fact that they're going a little bit slower in front of you, and always take time to and in my heart, I thank God for our kids and the people who take care of our kids every day when they are at work. And I hope they all have wonderful field trips. And as we prepare for our graduations throughout our county, I am so excited for those seniors who can't stand one more day of school. They're frothing to get out into this big life we call adulthood. But in that time and moment, they don't realize that they really are in some of the best days of their life. So give them a little space if they rev their car and make too much noise in your neighborhood, or you see a bunch of football players smashed into a little convertible and spinning brodies in the in the dirt road. And just let them be young, because soon enough they will be us sitting in meetings, and they need to have this time. And I hope they're all enjoying themselves and be safe. But anyway, that's the close of my report out. And just watch out for our kids on the roads. Take good care of them, and donate to Safe and Sober if you haven't. Do it, because it's good for them to have a whole night full of fun and games rather than being out doing something that maybe they shouldn't. So we'll now close the report out by the Board of Supervisors. Let me find my agenda again. Got it stuck in my notes. Do we have any report outs from our ad hoc tourism funding?
Yes, two items. First of all, the Trinity County Chamber of Commerce is scheduling the next session with 26 Digital, the online marketing firm that we helped fund through allocation of TOT funds. The subject name, as it was shared with me, is Must Do Marketing Businesses. And at least as I last saw it, it was tentatively scheduled for June 9th at 11. And I reached out to the chamber this morning to see if that's been confirmed, but I'm sure they'll be publishing it if they haven't already, and I just missed it. But want to make people aware of that. I think it's great that they are looking at things that not just that the chamber can do, but also how can small businesses leverage and build on top of what the chamber is doing on their behalf. They have also sent out a poll to gather information about availability for the next quarterly meeting. And so this is the quarterly meeting that we arranged or established as a requirement for future funding, where they will present what did they do last quarter and what results did it generate, and what do they have planned for the next quarter so that we can authorize the next release of funds. That's it.
Thank you for your diligence on that.
Mhm.
We will now move into our consent calendar. These items include non-controversial matters and will be acted upon by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or commitments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item to be pulled and considered separately. Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none in the room, do we have any online?
I have no raised hands.
Thank you. We will now close public comment on the consent calendar. Does anyone on the board wish to pull an item for discussion? Seeing none, I will now take a motion.
I'll move approval.
I will second.
Call for the vote. Or is there any questions or comments?
Did we do public comment?
Yes, there was none.
Sorry.
Seeing none, we'll now move for the vote or call for the vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Lutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield,
Aye.
Chairman Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Thank you.
We will now move to county matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request that an item be heard out of order. Do we have any requests for items to be heard out of order? Seeing none, we'll move in to community development, environmental health. We will now receive an update from the Trinity County Environmental Health regarding the process of forming a local management plan with LAMP with the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board and provide direction to staff regarding future LAMP actions. Don't you love dress with pockets? Fantastic. You look lovely today.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair, Board. So today I wanted to present to you based off of our discussion in the meeting previously regarding the local area management plan. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Does this sound?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to let everyone know that on the call is also Kelsey Cody, supervising environmental scientist for the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board and the groundwater permitting unit. So he will be available. Also, he volunteered to be on this meeting, and I really appreciate it. Okay, so local agency management plan. Should Trinity County Environmental Health pursue a LAMP is what we call it, slang on the streets. I'm kidding. So just to give a brief review of the March presentation, Trinity County only has 3 centralized sewer systems. That's in Lewiston, Hayfork, and here in Weaverville. We're only allowed to approve as environmental health to approve the standard or traditional septic systems that fit into the tier 1 of the OTS policy. As density increases, this may be an issue. Addition of ADUs and encroachment on setbacks. Currently, to my awareness, there's been 2 denials in Lewiston with the ability to connect with the sewer district and within sewer district boundaries. I do want to mention that typically we would not approve a project within the sewer district anyways. That's actually not allowed. However, the cost may allow that pursuance if it's more than 3 times the cost of installation. And that's dependent on an agreement with the water board. So just kind of giving you a little brief on that. So I was asked for certain items. So regional expectations, constraints, and considerations. The East Weaver Sewer Annexation Project is moving forward. The planning project was officially approved, MOU signed with the Weaverville Sewer District. We are super excited about that. It would be just so great for this community. We have high groundwater issues in certain areas, poor percolation and bedrock within the Lewiston Sewer District. There was previous sewer projects that incorporated some outliers in the Lewiston area because of the water quality concerns. And that was a huge grant, a huge project previously, and I kind of came in at the tail end of that in 2015. There's also smaller irregular parcels throughout the county that could be problematic. Discussion with the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board. I spoke to Kelsey a couple times to kind of understand some of the submittal requirements. The original 5-year timeline was really just to help jurisdictions transition from policy to implementation. And so there is no 5-year timeline at this point. There's no timeline for submittal. I wanted to really clarify that because that was a big topic in the last meeting in March. They highly recommend hiring a consultant, a team that it will absolutely be necessary for this submittal to happen. They recommended an approach to keep in step with the board because once you submit, you can't make those changes as they're going through the review process. So having everybody on the same page is extremely important. That would also help to address expedition of approval and any of the different districts' tier 2 concerns. They also discouraged a similar county lamp submittal and have actually specifically rejected other plans for doing so. Someone else, another jurisdiction, I'm trying to be polite and not throw all my friends under the bus or my neighboring jurisdictions, but they submitted Humboldt County's version and it did not work out for them, and so they do not have an approved lamp. They also said to expect at least 1 year for review and then go back to the Board of Supervisors for approval, public noticing, environmental review, and ordinance adoption. So kind of process-wise, that's how it looks. Part of this approval, and I will stress this, is adequate staffing for the additional workload. So if we just send in a proposal right now, no plans to hire additional staffing, no, strong plans to make it function, they mentioned that they would not be able to approve that. At this time, North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board can approve advanced systems when necessary per section 11.5 of the OTS policy. I have not seen this in action yet, but I do recall that when we had one of the denials in Lewiston, we did send them over to the water board, and then they were given a project plan that they had to move forward on to get a permit through the water board. So kind of give you an idea, I've seen the process, but I haven't seen it fully implemented. So the tier 2, I kind of want to talk to you about what can be allowed if we were to enter into a local area management plan versus what we really cannot either way. So to really get through that, we would have to develop and maintain a water quality assessment program that's pretty in-depth, but it has been standardized, and I'll show you an example. Environmental health would have to develop several on-site management districts to deal with the different specialized issues in those areas. Small parcel size, setbacks to waterways, et cetera, hydrological conditions, so high groundwater, also concerns about water quality, density, area for repair. So we have to have 100% area for repair in any system we approve. That's always a concern, especially when people want to add ADUs to their parcel, then you start losing that available land that is for repair in the future. While we have systems that last much longer than 10 to 15 years, 10 to 15 years is kind of the average on what the septic system is supposed to last. We would also have to provide education training, certification to providers, evaluators, designers, installers, pumpers, maintenance contractors, or any other OTS-related activity. This isn't too far out of what we do, but it would be a lot more in-depth and different types of contractors than what we currently see right now. Currently, we cannot approve, even if we had a lamp, cesspools over 10,000 gallons per day use which may seem like a lot to everyone, but most parks, RV parks, are far above that threshold. Surface application of effluent, so that would be directly applying effluent onto the land. Slopes greater than 30%. We do see sites that we have slopes that are, greater than 30%, but we still would not be able to approve those. Decreasing leach field calculations, so really shrinking that leach field size. And then supplemental treatment without periodic monitoring and inspection. So those would be like an agreement we enter into if we have a lamp with each property owner for that system so that they maintain that system, have it tested every quarter, et cetera. RV waste dumping stations, that's a big one I see from time to time. People come in and they're like, what do I do with this waste? And we have to send them to the sewer district here or in Hayfork more frequently. And then we cannot also encroach on those setbacks without having some other like ways to deal with those setbacks. Like post-treatment of that wastewater. So if we're getting too close to a creek, we'd have to figure out how we are going to mitigate that wastewater from then contaminating the creek. And then closer to water system intakes, those are pretty large setbacks, some of them up to 2,500 feet. So just kind of giving you an idea of those. Those are the caveats. Excuse me. So requirements for staff, we would even with a consultant, we would still have to dedicate time. And that would be staff at a higher level like myself or somebody that's really experienced with all the different sewage disposal in Trinity. I'm finding that that's a very serious or hard concept for a lot of people. It's very engineer-like thinking. And I have found that easy for me to adapt to, but it's not always everybody's cup of tea. Then, the different soil conditions, which, we have a USGS study to base a lot of the soil conditions from back in the 70s, but things change and things have changed over time. So really those different nuances, we will need an ad hoc to participate. And thanks for increasing the cool air because it was getting hot.
I was thinking the same thing.
And then, so we really want that participation. So we'd want to know that, there was that drive to really participate and form ad hoc. Once approved by the water board, we'd have to think about an environmental impact report, individual project. So some jurisdictions have created an overall EIR and then have taken a piece of that and put it onto the applicant themselves, similar kind of to how cannabis has their Appendix C, and I don't want to mess that up, but public noticing and ordinance process for approval, and then reporting requirements after fully in effect. We're looking at that annual water quality assessment, includes testing groundwater, surface water, et cetera. 5-year evaluation reports, and that's to evaluate if the LAMP still meets the county's needs, if the county's still able to implement the LAMP. Consideration right now is we have no capacity for additional workload at this time. So additional staff would be necessary, and my staff is currently all earning comp time and maxing out, and so we are at our threshold. Here is a water quality assessment requirement example. So this was from the water board. And I just wanted to show you kind of all the different tabs we're looking at, the different expectations of what we would have to provide. And so I always hear, what are the potential funding options? And all of this, all of the potential funding options that I've seen have really come back to the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. So there is a federal clean water fund, revolving fund that is handed, and Kelsey, totally correct me if I'm wrong. It's handed to the state for implementation, et cetera. And a lot of the different projects fall under this category. A LAMP type project is secondary on that priority list, so only a 50% match is available if approved. This is a highly administrative type of grant, similar to what we see with these big sewer projects. So just making sure everyone's aware of that. And then from my experience, this has been around a 10-year timeline for implementation. Now, how that looks in this specific example, I could only find one other jurisdiction that did utilize this funding for this. And they were involved in a lot of emergencies at the time. So I'm not sure where our priorities would look there. And then there is a program that under the clean water that the county could apply for to help applicants with odds permits for initial application. And then we would be looking at county general funds for funding, and we'd have to figure out our priorities there. So overall, my recommendation, although I would love to have another tool in my toolbox, is that we cannot at this time pursue a LAMP as our staffing levels, needs, workloads, and funding do not support the long commitment at this time. Additionally, passing the cost to a few applicants that may pursue this pathway does not seem reasonable nor sustainable for the program in the future. And I will just share with you an example, just something that I think about at 3 a.m. Because conceptually, you get presented like these topics and you're like, how do I make this from an operations or from an implementation standpoint work? So what I thought to myself is, let's say a family of 5 can't develop on a property because of restrictions currently, and they want to build their house there. And we have this LAMP agreement in place. So the county is now responsible if we allow somebody to get permitted, not meeting those conditions. And we set this person up with a $40,000 or $50,000 advanced treatment system that we now have to look at the water quality assessment, et cetera. And however much of a staff time it takes to implement this program annually, which depending on how many applicants there would be, would vary how much, that would take, and it would also reduce cost annually. So if we're looking at a third of a position, ballpark, we have one operating permit annually. That cost is going directly to that one permit holder. What happens when they don't pay? Because this is a subject that a lot of counties have brought up to me. What happens when somebody is not implementing their management plan, not doing the things that they're supposed to be doing? We then now have the responsibility as the county, because they're not meeting discharge requirements because we're not doing those inspections. We now have to go and red tag their household that they live in, the family of 5, because they can't pay a $30,000 bill annually. And those are the things that realization of implementing a new program, you have to really think through. So how is that going to look? Now, if we had 10 people splitting that 1/3 FTE, that's $3,000 a year. That makes a little more sense. That's a little bit less than probably most people's tax bill. And, that would make a lot of sense. If we start going more higher with those numbers, then you need more FTE. And so just throwing those scenarios out there, because we red tag people's homes, and we don't take that lightly. When we do that, we are understanding that that person can no longer reside in their home. And where are they going to go? They're going to end up in our complaint list because they're homeless now. And now I have to think about what options they have. So I just want to throw that out there. I do have more in-depth answers for the questions that you may have. And then again, on the call, I do have the water board I hope. I can't see who's on the call, but he's there? Okay. And he was really he really talked me through some of this going, hey, are you guys like, this is a huge project. It's not a small undertaking, you know? Again, I would love to have an option. I do not like to say no. I love to say, hey, how about this? But the reality of the situation is if we don't have enough participating, is it going to pay for itself? Is it going to be reasonable? Or are we putting ourselves in a position where we're going to have to forfeit the lamp in 5 years? You know, so um, I I look forward to your questions. Yeah.
Do we have any questions from board members?
Yeah, just one, or two. So how many people do we have in this county that are undevelopable pieces? Have you, is it a big number of people that you've had to say absolutely no? Because one is unacceptable, but yeah,
So currently, to my knowledge, there was 2 denials in Lewiston. They were both within the sewer district. There was one of them that is now connecting to the sewer, and the other decided to choose another residential area that was closer to the lateral connection for the sewer. So it would be less cost prohibitive. Now, I don't have an overall estimate countywide for how many undeveloped properties. I only know what comes through my office or comes through my hands. I will say that in the East Weaver area, every now and again, we do see people proposing ADUs. And at this time, we're like, no, there's no possible way we could approve those ADUs. And even adjacent to East Weaver, which is also part of that annexation project, like the Brooks Lane, I've seen 1 or 2 come through. Countywide, I would say that there is probably 1 or 2 properties that have required repairs that may have to go through the water board process over the years. You know, that we've done our last repair we can, and they may have to pursue a different direction. But I don't have anything outside of those 2 denials and an ADU that, you know, is proposed to us occasionally.
okay. And what about individual things like incinerate, those types of things? Is there any other route that you could pursue without having to go through such a big process? Do you understand what kind of what
Yeah,
I'm asking?
I do. I will say that household waste is everything in the house. So everything it takes to live off of.
Right,
So when we're talking an incinerator toilet, that's just the toilet necessity.
right.
There's nothing prohibiting somebody that already has a septic system to then also have a incinerator toilet.
But I'm saying in its place, I know you have a fresh water thing you have to worry about, but would those restrictions, just because you're not putting sewage, you're just putting sink water or bathtub water, is that different? Is it,
So household waste also includes kitchen sink.
right, kitchen sink, gray water? Yeah, but
Well, kitchen sink is not
is it
considered
as
gray water.
toxic as, are you worried about that as much as you are sewer? And is there a way to adapt sewer systems to not have to be so elaborate for the runoff and do the incinerator at the, it's just in a creative kind of, I don't know, because so you never have to say no to somebody. There's one option or two, is my point.
So the water board and the odds policy really doesn't pull gray water out separately, but it is in your typical household calculation.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be like your kitchen sink,
Right.
your washing machine, shower. Again, the kitchen sink water, I have not heard of anything that would work in lieu of a septic system.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Those are the only questions, but thank you, Kristen.
Further questions? Supervisor Leutwiler?
Yeah, a couple. One, you was trying to write notes and also listen, but I think you were referring to the fact that you estimate 1/3 of an FTE would be required to support this. And then I think we're giving the example, so if one person had a specially permitted they would have to pay for that third of a person.
That's how I've made it work in my mind as everybody, that I've talked to is like, well, it has to support the program. And so I'm just thinking of what it would take to support the program.
So I guess I'll direct this to either Susie or Trent. My understanding is that it is for cost of delivering the service. So if I'm a third of an FTE and it takes me 5 hours to do something for that, I may have to be here because of the whole program, but I spent 5 hours working on your project. I don't have to pay for their third of a time. I have to pay for the 5 hours they worked on my project.
So, yes, but it also kind of depends upon how the fees are structured. So if we're set up in a straight cost recovery where you're billing me time and materials, then 100% that example is correct. If we're set up in a flat fee for that service methodology, then we're going to go, okay, Christy, what does it take to run the program? How many permits do we expect to have over the course of this time frame, and then spread those costs across that program. And so we're going to be looking at, and it may not be the third of the FTE. If it takes 5 hours to do it, then we're going to base that on that 5 hours for however many we expect to have for that program. So it's not necessarily a third. I think Christy's just simplifying it for presentation purposes. But it would take a little bit of work to sit down if we weren't doing just straight cost recovery, time and materials, and developing a flat fee to do that. But it would be closer to whatever it actually takes is what it's going to be billed to that person. But it's a more in-depth
Sure.
calculation.
Yeah, that seemed to be being used as a specific reason why this would be a bad thing, and it was very flawed in my thinking, so I didn't want that to be left out there as a reason not to do this if, in fact, it isn't a valid reason not to do this.
So I would say the hard part about that from the cost perspective is figuring out how many you're going to have and what level of staffing she needs. But if she's thinking that we're going to do 5 of these, and so we need a third of an FTE because we're going to get 5 and we only get 1, the general fund is picking up that difference because she's built a staff to support a program that actually isn't functioning at the level we expected, but that employee is still going to be paid. And so we're still going to have the costs of having that person there, their pay, their benefits, their OPEB, their UAL, all those hidden costs that are above and beyond just salaries.
Yeah. I'm trying to ground myself. I keep thinking, and I hope someday this board puts up our values on these walls. And the one I'm going to look for every time that I'm in this room ever again, whether it's when I'm in this seat or not, is solution oriented. And when I look at some of this stuff, I hear a lot of reasons for why not, and not the solution. And in this specific example, if we had to hire someone because we think it's going to take a third of an FTE because we think there's going to be 5, well, 1, that's that third divided by 5. 2, we just heard that the entire staff is overworked. And I assume this person isn't going to sit there twiddling their thumbs if there's nothing to do about this. They may be qualified to do this, but they have other work that they could be doing. So their time could be charged against something else. So I get really frustrated when I hear these things thrown out as all the reasons why not, when I can see whether it's flawed or not, I can see right through them. So switching to the solution, I did hear maybe that whatever this very long acronym is about the person who's on the phone, that there's a possibility that without a lamp, with limited numbers of examples, we could turn to this organization and have a means for these property owners to find a way that they can either continue to use their property because they failed and can't redo it, which I've heard multiple examples of, not in this session, but I've heard it, or they have a property they can't sell because it won't perk or something, or they want to do ADUs and we're telling them no. So help me understand through the person on the phone or whoever else, is that a way forward? Because then I really don't care about a lamp. What we want, the solution we want, is a way for people to use their properties. And I'm hearing all the reasons why we can't use a lamp, but I'm not hearing how do we make it possible for people to use their properties? So if this is a way, I'd like to hear about that.
So I'm of it. Can everyone hear me? This is Kelsey Cody over at the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board. Great. Well, so, I mean, if Christy wants to speak to that first, she's welcome to, but I can also try to provide some perspective on what we can do at the regional board and what flexibility counties have under the odds policy.
Yes,
That's all
please
right.
do. Please.
Okay. Sure. So, so like Christy was saying, there's a standard type of septic system that the statewide odds policy authorizes counties to permit. And those standards and the site constraints and so forth are spelled out in black and white in the odds policy. But the odds policy does have some language that allows for what it calls substantial conformance with the odds policy. And the odds policy refers time and again to its own goals, which are water quality protection and public health protection. And so if in the case of a county that does not have a lamp, so a tier 1 county like Trinity County currently is, if there is a repair that needs to be made to a system, to an existing system, and the site is constrained in ways that don't allow for a standard system that would be authorized under tier 1 to go in, then there is a substantial conformance sort of bar for a repair to meet, which essentially involves someone from the county, so Christy, working with us to identify sort of the best feasible alternative for the site, the best system that could feasibly be installed on the site for repair again, and for us to give approval of that repair. And that approval doesn't constitute a permit from us. It would need to be in writing, but it would still keep that septic system's permitting and regulation with the county. But the odds policy does recognize that there are some systems that will need repairs that can't meet the the standard conditions or standard provisions of that tier 1. And it does carve out that flexibility for the regional board to authorize repairs in substantial conformance with the odds policy. So basically, if the repair is going to meet the goal of public health and water quality protection, then it's something we can authorize the county to approve.
Thanks, Kelsey. So that sounds like it is only for existing situations that have now run into problems. So not a new property.
Correct.
I've got a property. I don't have a property, but I am an individual in this case who has a property and wants to sell it, but it won't perk. So now I have a wasted piece of land in a county that desperately needs more land developed for housing. So you could or could not help us in that situation.
That's a great question. It's common statewide. And the sort of standard approach there is for us to try to work with the county to ensure that the county retains the ability, or rather that the county be the permitting agency for sites. We, as a state agency, are big, and we're sort of designed and set up to handle big discharges. Our permits come with annual fees. The lowest annual fee is $1,500 a year, and I've never seen them go down. They've pretty much only ever gone up. And depending on the complexity of the system, fees could be higher. Permits from us come with monitoring and reporting programs that are just sort of by default more extensive and costly than those typically imposed by counties. And our if the permit needed to be an individual permit as opposed to an enrollment under a general permit, then that individual permit would need to go in front of our board, and there would need to be a public hearing, to adopt that permit. It's more or less statewide standard practice for regional boards to not issue permits to individual homeowners. And I'll explain why with reference to what Christy was saying about enforcement, and what you do when someone isn't complying or doesn't pay. Enforcement for us, if we're enforcing on a winery or we're enforcing on, a CSD or something like that, that's generally, either a for-profit entity or an entity with taxing authority, or, mandatory fees that they collect. And so they have capacity to respond to our enforcement, which is typically just a requirement to repair the system or come into compliance with their permit. But for individual homeowners, that gets more complicated, and it gets personal and a little political quickly, because for a state agency to come in and tell someone, hey, you're not complying with your permit, we're going to go use those big enforcement tools that we have, because they're the only enforcement tools we have. Things like cleanup and abatement orders, cease and desist orders, administrative civil liabilities complaints, which are fines. Those are really big tools, and they're designed for large dischargers. We don't have other sort of softer tools than that, besides, what I call nasty grams, which are, strongly worded letters to please comply with your permit. And, our board, and I think is rightly concerned with the possibility that they would be seen to, be coming down hard, the full weight of state government on an individual homeowner, just trying to live in their home. And we strongly prefer that those kinds of difficult decisions be considered at a local level, where there's more opportunity for public input, for people to raise grievances, for more, frankly, accountability, public accountability, because our board is, nominated by the governor and then confirmed by the state Senate. There's no opportunity for anybody to vote on who sits on our board. So their decisions are a little more insulated, whereas county governments, the boards of supervisors, are elected. And we generally, again, prefer to have those difficult decisions about housing policy and whether someone's going to get red tagged. We generally prefer those decisions to be made at more local levels, where there's more democratic involvement of the people that are, subject to those regulations. So there's kind of a public policy element to this as well. Now, all that said, we do, to one of the supervisor's previous comments, we do have examples of sort of whole house incinerators where, which is more or less out of our hands, because that's, once you've collected the waste and started to incinerate it, it's generally not a water quality concern. So we have left that with counties when it's come up. Those do get somewhat expensive to operate, but they are operable. They are potential solutions, provided that they meet air quality and other regulations that we don't deal with much. There's also, again, always the possibility that like a larger system, like a multifamily dwelling, for example, where there's, rather than it just being a single family home, if we're dealing with an apartment complex or a condo complex or something along those lines, that is one where I'd be much more comfortable issuing permits, just again because you've got basically a for-profit ownership group or entity that has capacity to respond to the permit and any enforcement tools that we might need to bring to bear. So I hope that kind of helps answer your question. I know that you want to hear yes, and you don't want to hear no. Unfortunately, there just is this sort of reality that, in my time and the time of my predecessors, I don't think we've ever authorized a single family home septic system. We've always strongly encouraged that to go through a county process.
Thank you, Kelsey. I appreciate that. I think you've given us a couple of things to consider there.
Sure.
I don't have more questions. I'll have discussion, but.
Any further questions?
Is there a way to stop coughing? Is there a way to figure out? I mean, I picture in real time, somebody goes, oh, hey, I want to put an ADU on my property. Oh, your ground doesn't work. Oh, this process isn't going to happen. Tier 1 doesn't work for you. We don't have a lamp. You don't get the ADU. And that person just falls off sort of our radar. How could we track interested parties to understand when a list grows big enough to really say, hey, it's time to move forward? These are all the people that we could serve if we had this in place. Now, it really makes sense. Right now, we're kind of looking at 1 or 2. We're saying, okay, well, then how can we help these individuals out? But how will we know what it looks like when it's time to really jump?
And that may be something that the board would like to consider, because if we're talking about timelines, it's going to take years to get this prepared, and getting ahead of those, 10 people that may have that need or something to that effect. Maybe now is the opportune time. I in no way was looking in a negative fashion. I was just looking from a fiscal perspective, and then also implementation. It's going to take some time to get that lamp done. So getting ahead of some of those stacks that maybe now is the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then, do you know, so this is a question that AI generated for me that I look at sort of upside down. The question was whether or not a lamp increases assessed valuation of property. They looked at it, the question was asked, oh, would that increase the county's tax revenue? I more look at it and say, does that increase what the homeowner has to pay in property tax?
And as far as a advanced system, I would have to ask the assessor. I'm not sure that would increase that property tax, but as far as adding an ADU or something like that, I would think that would increase property tax.
Certainly.
Yeah.
But you'd have somebody else living there that would like offset that cost. I'm just looking at what is sort of an unexpected or unanticipated consequence that might come to a property owner that they maybe wish they had known that beforehand. Okay, those are my questions for the moment. Thank you.
I have did you have any questions, Lean? Supervisor Gogan? I have just a thought. I'm one of those people that thinks at 3 a.m. in the morning too, and it's like, why is this in my head right now? But in thinking about this, you had mentioned at some point in the presentation, and I apologize, I don't remember exactly where, that there was a, um, hiring a consultant was something that was kind of out there to help develop this. Is that what that was a statement on?
Yes, so Kelsey on the call really recommended hiring a consultant. I did speak to a couple other counties from different water board districts. And they absolutely said that there's a way to do it yourself and to move line item by line item internally. However, I have not, outside of, so Mendocino did this, they created their own LAMP without consultants. But they had established a advanced treatment program since 1987, I believe. So they had a well-established program and oversight on that. But a lot of the consultant talk was based on workload and everything to that effect, and recommendations from the water board.
So that brings my thoughts forward to, in the event that it is determined that this moves forward and we have, maybe we get a little bit of consultant work, maybe we help, maybe we don't. But when we talk about a person who's going to be in charge of this and what it costs and those hidden costs that we, there's that hourly rate, and then there's this giant rest of the iceberg underneath of the water that is insurance and all of those things. Are there consultants who manage these for counties, like the after piece, to where they would, anybody who wanted to do this, rather than it being taken care of in-house, it would be, the option forward is to use our consultant. So then we are not bearing the burden of that enormous kind of unseen costs, but a consultant could be how do we develop and utilize this program?
So I would say directly with the authority of the health officer, it's directed to a RHS or a registered environmental health specialist. However, there's a lot of agreements you get into with property owners in these lamps where you're saying, hey, you're responsible for the maintenance, upkeep, and testing at the treatment system itself. So somebody's coming out there quarterly. To give you an example, a Rinco has that are they have somebody come out and they're doing those tests. Now, I don't know that that's 100% included with the initial cost for setup, but just kind of give it a piece of that to the homeowner with the
Okay.
cost.
All right. Are there any further questions? So this item is a provide direction to staff regarding the future actions. Would anyone like to bring forward direction, or?
Any public comment first?
Oh, I'm sorry. We do. Do we have any public comment in the room on this item?
Lisa Wright, D1, D2, D3. I didn't prepare for this, but I will kind of chime in that I think a solution-oriented approach is really needed. Many of our clients are facing the requirement of installing septic systems, or they have systems that now need to be reproofed, and ADUs might benefit from some alternative, also kind of sewage systems. Compost toilets, I think, are something that comes to mind and are frequently used in rural areas. So I think that creative solution orientation is really important for Trinity. And if we want to see housing growth, that we need to really be able to consider that, because we can't just rely on septic for everything. It's just not feasible for many properties or projects. So it's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Any further public comment in the room?
Thank you. I'm Wendy Drake, work with Plumbing Plus. I think that one of the biggest things that I heard here, which that the LAMP program application had a deadline. And as long as we submit it with the board application, whether it be approved or not, submitting the application should the could utilize that in the future. 10 years, 15 years, I don't know. But when I originally had contacted the water board, I was advised that, which got us excited, was the LAMP program was still a viable tool that could be applied for. We were under the impression for a few years, applications were closed, it was no longer an option. So that brings forth what our purpose was just to get something in, so when it closed, there.
We had a placeholder.
We had, that's exactly. I do see more and more systems are older. People came in years ago and put in wooden septic systems. Christie's department has moved forward to bring everything up to a good code. What's happening though is to get to that tier 1 or current code, we don't have the setbacks. We're going to need a tier 2 or a different alternative. Property owners are going to need something. And from what I heard from the water board, a residential isn't actually their area of expertise. So should I be a property owner and I go to them, they're probably going to say, I'm sorry. So now I am in a position where, what do I do? As far as red tagging a house because we approved a system and they're not keeping it up to standards, I think that was a great option that they were allowed to build and put in a system. That's a whole different problem that we're addressing before we even let them utilize the land that they have. That's it. Thank you.
Hello.
Good morning. I just wanted to provide some additional perspective that might be of value to you, potentially. I think that
Public comment?
commenting as, do you want me to wait?
Yeah, we're not
wait.
done with public comments. So if you're
Okay.
trying to provide comments as staff.
Okay. Thank you. We will look forward to hearing what you have to say. Do we have any further public comment in the room? Seeing none, do we have any public comment online?
Sherry White?
Good morning. Good morning. This is Scott White. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. I'm really encouraged that the board is looking at this. This is something that I've been talking about and thought was important for us for a couple of years now. So it's really exciting. I think it's exciting that you have staff that says, hey, we could use some additional tools. As far as need, I think I talk to a lot of developers, water contractors, people out there. I can give you anecdotally, there's quite a bit of demand for this option to bring properties on. The last meeting, Stu Drake talked about people can't get a 4-bedroom septic system on their lot, so they have to put a 2-bedroom house. I think all the flexibility that we can provide for development is incredibly important in our poor, restricted county. And as Christy noted, there are some locations where there are issues with soils, groundwater, other things. Having multiple options in our toolkit would be extremely important moving forward. So when we do this and when we're looking at the cost and these kinds of things, I think it's important to not only look at today, and yes, we've got today's budget, but I like what Supervisor Lutweiler said that we need to look and consider the future as well. And I see this as being a tool. You know, you have East Weaver, places like that where they can be put on potentially a community sewer and addressed. But let's face it, most of the county, most of the areas we're talking about are never going to have that kind of opportunity. And so having this alternative system, this alternative approach would provide a lot of opportunities for our future. We're developing a general plan zoning. Looking ahead, I see this as an integral part of that visioning for how we're going to improve or be able to improve our county. So it comes down to a matter of resources. I'd like to encourage the board, Shasta County, a different water control district, but they have a lamp. Why can't we invite a staff member up to talk about some of the foils or foibles or whatever that while they develop that? How did that work for them? How much of an existing lamp can we copy per se? Because some of it's going to be procedural and things. So I think there are a lot of ways that we could look at trying to move this forward. And I know from talking with some of the people that manage our CSDs and the sewer systems, the state right now
is interested and is very supportive in funding groundwater and quality improvement projects. So this is certainly a different thing than that, but it's at least an environment where there's recognition this is an important issue for the state. So I think the timing of us doing something to move forward and better assess the demand that's out there. And certainly one of the things that Christy talked about too is setbacks. Some of those rules have tightened since we created these parcels, have changed. So parcels that were developable aren't. The government made that decision, maybe rightfully so, but we made that property undevelopable. We should take part in trying to help make it so it can be developed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment online?
I have no additional raised hands.
We will now close public comment and allow staff to come in with another piece of information.
So I think that, you know, an eye to the future and being solution oriented is definitely something that's important. And I don't know that in all cases the lamp is necessarily the solution. I think that, you know, at least in the discussions that we've had leading up to this presentation, from a fiscal perspective, there probably is greater benefit to leverage the funds that we would pay to a consultant and to incur the ongoing staff costs year after year to report, to incentivize or otherwise, you know, defray the cost of connecting to a existing CSD in those areas that already have, you know, a sewer system. Also, when you think about the future and development of ADUs, it, you know, at a certain point, you know, in the future, we'll get to a place where septic systems, whether, you know, tier 1 or tier 2, likely might just not cut it if we continue to go down the road based on, you know, state mandates to create more housing. At a certain point, you know, we're just not going to have that capacity to deal with on-site septic systems. So I think looking at, and I thought the suggestion of a whole house incinerator system was pretty interesting, but trying to maybe put together better resources so that collectively we can understand what the alternatives would be outside of a lamp, and then, you know, look at how we might use our limited resources to facilitate people connecting to existing CSDs and sewer systems, knowing that we likely will, over the course of the next several decades, have more ADUs that are going to be built, that at a certain point, you know, on-site septics is what most more densely populated jurisdictions, you know, are moving away from a water quality perspective, and just from an infrastructure perspective, it makes more sense to facilitate connections to municipal services. So, you know, just wanted to kind of offer that we could certainly do some more homework, figure out how many undeveloped parcels there are in the county, you know, and try to, from a data perspective, have better understanding of what that balance of cost and effect could be. Thanks.
You have a question?
Well, I'm wondering, I mean, we talked about we've had 2 denials due to tier 1 restrictions. Without being overly specific, what's happening to those homeowners right now? Do we have people sitting and can't?
We're able to hook up, I think.
One of those systems was found to have a giant sewage pit on their property. And all of the area that could be used was not usable because it was graded for other purposes. And then therefore, it's kind of out of our hands. We couldn't approve a repair to that property. So then they also had a lot of issues with percolation results. We sent them to the water board. The water board came up with some standards and project wise that they wanted them to move forward on. And they decided to connect to the Lewiston Community Services District, which at this time, I keep checking up on it to make sure the status. I have not been told that that has happened yet. And that problems, or that property, and the problem to that property started in about 2017 with those issues. Another property on Trinity Dam in Lewiston, initially decided not to tie into the sewer district, and the land didn't perk at all. And the people that acquired the property had already purchased a mobile home and were unable to place it on that property because at the time they were given a very expensive quote from the sewer district to tie in at that point. And then it didn't perk, so it didn't meet tier one. So they decided to buy a nearby parcel that had that lateral connection availability that would not require that additional cost. So they moved to another parcel.
Okay. Do you have any more questions or comments?
Just ready for discussion.
We will now enter into discussion to determine our direction to staff. Supervisor Weiler.
So to me, I mean, obviously this is, well, there are some alternatives apparently that we should dig into a little bit deeper, including we could hire somebody to help us identify some and be creative. I think to me, the next step is that we give direction to staff to do a survey of all of the realtors doing business in Trinity County, all of the septic system servicers and installers, and all the construction people and the public in general, and ask for details. Say, give me specifics on properties that you're aware of that have or are anticipated to have problems. Because that to me then gives this board information to determine, is there enough to push forward? Because obviously it's a heavy lift of money. Even, what I saw there at least was the primary source of funding is a 50% match. Don't know what the match would have to be because I don't know what the amount is. But, if we're talking about that and staff requirements and ongoing requirements to manage it, it's not something we should take lightly and just say, oh no, just do it because it's the right thing to do. But I think we need this information. And I think like we heard from, public comments and others discussion in this room, there are more than those two that have been mentioned as noted failures to the department. And I get that we only have we only have what we have. So I'm saying go get the rest. And if it comes back that we get 2 plus one more, then the board can say, well, that doesn't seem like we're spending several $100,000 in doing all this for. Or we get 27 and we realize that you never get a good response to a survey. And so it might be double or triple that. And then we have that information to act on. So to me, that's the most relevant next step. And again, it can be a public thing, so everybody has a chance to weigh in. But the people that really are going to know is the realtors who've been trying to sell these properties, the contractors who've been trying to develop the properties, and the people that are either trying to place, testing for placement, or repairing the septic systems that we have. And I would think all of those groups would respond pretty darn quickly.
Yeah, I would agree. I spoke with one of the public speakers today, husband, and 2 others about developing on East Weaver. And I think we should definitely include any construction developers that we can and see how we can work through this. I know it's costly, but these people make a living doing this, and we'd like to help as much as possible. So including the construction developing people would be very key to me, as it is to Rick.
Also the public speaker, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, I apologize, but putting an application in is not probably a bad idea if that could close. We can always decide to do that, to not do that, but if we put an application in, it keeps the door open for that. And I think we should direct staff to look into maybe the possibility of home incinerators, what that would mean, or other alternative compost toilets, those types of things. Maybe we dig into that a little bit deeper. Yeah, I think the lamp is very expensive right now, but I don't know, in the future if that might be an option for us. So we don't want to close that. Maybe.
Sorry, Supervisor Brownfield, unless I heard it wrong, what I thought Christy was saying was there was a window that has long since closed, that people could just quickly move and do something. But that's long past, and so there isn't a window that we still have to meet. We can do this,
We can do
we
the
can do it or not
application
do it
anytime?
anytime we want.
Okay,
There was just a window that was out there that closed, and that was years
Okay, good.
ago. Is that fair?
okay.
Thank you.
Fine. Okay,
No deadlines
All right.
now. Okay,
I'm sorry I didn't get that.
no, that's good. Okay. Supervisor Pop?
No, that's what I thought I heard as well.
Okay, thank you.
No worries.
I would like to make sure that, um, that we are doing the best we can. It's kind of, it gets really sticky and convoluted when you know, hear things from our state that say, we want you to build more houses. It's basically a mandate right now, figure out how to build more houses, yet the same state puts these enormous requirements on us and says, deal with these enormous requirements, and we're not going to give you any money to deal with these enormous requirements, but we also want you to build more houses. But so we're constantly at odds with the state that we live in, it seems. But I too really want to see there be an alternative way forward for people. I personally am shocked that people buy property without doing some more extensive investigation into the piece of property that they're purchasing. I have had the terrible opportunity to stand with people and look at aerial photos and photo maps and say, well, you just bought a landslide. I'm sorry that you didn't recognize that when you looked at the maps, but someone dug a quick little house pad there, but they neglected to tell you that there's a lot of subsurface water flow right here and that thing's not going to stay there. So I'm always just shocked that people don't spend a little bit more time looking into what the requirements are and whether or not that land's going to be able to support that. But on the flip side of that, I feel very bad for them and I also feel bad for the folks who've lived somewhere for forever and they want to do something good to improve their home. And they find out that what they're trying to do that is good is not possible because of new regulations and setbacks. And so you're caught in this catch-22, which then forces people to just do whatever they want and not tell anybody. Because they don't want to get in trouble for things, but they know things need to be done. So I with Supervisor Lutweiler and Supervisor Gogan, and I think finding out what's really going on out there would be really helpful. And I don't know exactly how that would work out, but certainly getting a full understanding from the public of what is happening and then what are some of the alternatives that people could do with the composting and different things, especially out in the very, very rural areas. Those are my thoughts. Did you capture direction to staff there,
Right.
Master Scribe?
So I think in addition to the three things that Supervisor Weiler suggested, really in specific data to be gathered, I appreciate that there is some out-of-the-box thinking offered to us by staff to say we would like to put our minds together on what sort of other options we could bring forward. And I think those two things in combination are what I can get behind for supportive direction.
And then also maybe understanding, I don't like to ever just give direction and then say, you guys figure it out. That doesn't seem fair. So how can we help you in that direction style? Or how can we support the CAO and how would that direction best be functional rather than just us asking for things? I don't want to ask things that you are going to turn you guys into a knot, you know?
Well, I think based upon what Supervisor Lutweiler's putting together, what is helpful is always very specific,
Details.
coordinated, agreed upon direction to staff.
Okay.
And what Supervisor Lutweiler, like how we did at the last joint meeting when we came up with a consolidated list, is written, it's agreed upon. So if we have that from the board, once we have that, we can provide feedback on that. I would just ask if we do this survey that it's got to be very, very specific. Generalities don't help.
Right.
We will need a specific APN numbers. We'll need specific about what was wrong with that APN. So then we can go and factor that into the data. We can certainly, put together some sort of survey. There's platforms to do that. We will also need your agreed upon, staff time to do this and associated budget to do that. Because this is not, there's nothing to bill this against other than the general fund. So we just need to collectively have that same understanding so we can appropriately plan.
If said survey was put in place, what is the estimated time, just kind of in thinking about it, or from other times when you have done them, to issue that and then to gather, to be able to make that, turn that data into the answer that we're looking for?
I think a lot of the survey programs are actually really nice about consolidating and taking those answers and providing them. So I think that portion would be pretty time savvy. I don't think it would take very long to put together the survey, and with all of your help, send those out to different stakeholders. And so I wouldn't see that taking more than an hour or so to put together, and maybe a couple hours to discuss with the CAO about the results and Drew. So.
Okay. Thank you for that estimate. I realize that it's very loose.
I love the optimism of Christy with an hour, but
I was thinking.
realistically, it's going to take longer than that. So, it'll take us, well, let's hear what Supervisor Weiler has for the direction first, and then we can put some time and maybe some dollar figures towards it.
Okay. Proceed.
Okay, well, I'll start with what I have, and then if we need to adjust it based on checking first. Initiate a survey that will inform further board discussions. The survey should gather specifics, parentheses, APN, specific challenge, etc. Gather information regarding alternatives such as incinerators and regional board support in the absence of a LAMP. Bring the results to the board within 60 days. But I think, CEO Title, I may have been hearing from you. Why don't you give us a little time to go back and say what I just described will cost from time and materials or whatever else, and do that first versus just give this direction.
No, I mean, we can have that here, and please, Drew and Christy, chime in. But I mean, based upon what you said there, the piece that I don't know what this would be for on the survey, the alternate type systems, incinerator, that kind of stuff. I don't know how, we can certainly put that in the survey. I don't know how much we'll get back from that locally, out of property owners or realtors or developers. But we certainly may get some information. That will probably be something more of a conversation with the water board or other entities through Christie's channels
Sorry, that's what I meant.
Throughout the state. Yeah.
Reword.
So we can adjust that. But I mean, in general terms, what you described, I think 60 days is probably adequate. I would look to Drew and Christy, though, with other things that are out there and summertime activities going on in Christie's world. I think cost-wise, it's probably in the 10 hours or so of collective staff time, and that would equate to $1,000, So it's not a huge lift, but it will take some time and money.
Yeah, a little additional to that is the undevelopable parcel. That could get a little bit tedious and complicated just because we have knowledge of like certain areas that are problematic. And then comparing that to what's already been developed throughout the county, we information collected through the general plan, layers to say if we're dealing with a super small parcel that is under that density threshold, we could pull those right away, but there are other limiting factors that may take a little bit deeper of a dive.
And it's as long as the board would also be good with that, really that next step would be a next discussion like this. There may not be enough information at that point in time even to make a final determination on whether to jump into a full-on lamp or, some other alternative method. But that's the next gate to talk about this topic and continue the dialogue and continue moving it forward.
Drew?
And I was just going to add that, analyzing, coming up with a list of currently undeveloped parcels, that's reasonably straightforward. In terms of undevelopable, that's much more involved. The other thing that I wanted to add is also that as it relates to ADUs and, the ADU bonus density and those sorts of things, the state is not at all looking at a jurisdiction like Trinity County when those regs are created. And so there's no lot coverage standard for ADUs or any of those, multiple ADUs that can be built. And so that's just another reason that I think we need to look at municipal services as the long-term solution because, and I have limited understanding, certainly less than Christy, as far as how those tier 2 systems could be utilized. But at a certain point, if lot coverage standards don't apply, then, the concept statewide is you're going to fill up the bulk of your property with dwelling units. There's no space for a septic system. So in terms of like the future of, well, this is currently developed, but you could build X number of additional dwelling units, it's going to be really difficult to predictively determine, whether or not, a septic in 20 years will be able to accommodate the wastewater needs of a given, even single family with ADU development.
Golly.
So now at least what I've got is initiate a survey that will inform further board discussions. The survey should gather specifics, parentheses, APN specific challenge such as setbacks, perk test results, etc. Separately, gather information regarding alternatives such as incinerators and regional board support in the absence of a lamp. Bring the results to the board within 60 days, staff time estimated to be at or below 10 hours.
From the board's perspective, do we all concur that this is proper direction? I see everyone has shaken their head in a yes. Does that meet board direction standards? Thank you, sir. Okay, yes, we will now take a 10-minute break. We will return at 11:40. Thank you. We will now reconvene the meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors on June 2nd, 2026. We will now move to item E2, Auditor Controller, adopt a policy updating the county credit card program policies and procedures effective July 1, 2026. Good morning.
Morning. Christine Gaffney, Auditor Controller. The updated CalCard policies and procedures presented before you is to provide clarity to cardholders and fiscal staff. I understand there is a request to remove the restriction of gratuities. And the guidance of gratuities needs to come from the travel policy, which we are currently updating. The gratuities on meals is not the only gratuity to be considered, and the other things we're looking at are ride shares and that type of thing. What kind of flat rate, or how is this best administered? Let's see. So one of the things that we did do was we reached out to the Northern County Auditors Group. And they provided their travel policies, and some of them included the gratuities, and we're seeing some models that could very well suit Trinity County. It's a matter of making sure that it's going to suit us well and that we have the clear guidance in the travel policy for all cardholders. So our hope was to have the travel policy to the board before June 30th. Actually, I was hoping to have it to you guys today with this policy. However, there were other items that we also needed further research on to be able to finalize that. Then it needs to be rerouted through department heads, county council, and the union. So the hope is to have it to you sooner than later, but due to time constraints, we couldn't have it to you today. So the other piece of it is that once the travel policy is presented to the board, we will also request at that time the removal of the restriction of gratuity on the CalCard restrictions at that time. Okay, so that it will follow travel policy.
Okay. So is it my understanding that we're now deferring the approval of this? No, we're approving this, right?
I would love for it to be approved today,
Okay.
but if you feel that it should not, and that is
I'm
entirely up to the
I'm
board.
sorry. I got confused for a second.
That's
I
okay.
apologize for that.
What I'm hearing is that right now it will not support the gratuities because the policy doesn't support gratuities, but we can approve this, and then when we review the policy, if we approve gratuities, then we could at the same time make an adjustment to this. Is that
Correct.
fair?
And it would be a very simple adjustment to this one. It would be literally just removing that word under the restrictions.
Okay.
We just have to abide by the current policies because the updated ones are still basically getting updated and need to go through the review process.
Okay. All right.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't track.
That's
I
okay.
apologize.
It's a little confusing.
Do we have any questions on this item?
When you update that travel policy and you look at gratuities, at that time, will you look at putting a cap on them?
Yeah, the cap will be on them. We are looking at following IRS meal per diem. That's what we want to do, because then it will fluctuate with current expenses and inflations and all the things that happen. And so that's what we're looking to do, so that we don't have to keep coming back to the board or go into MOUs or have the split that we have now that makes it all complicated. Because right now it's laborsome on the staff to be tracking all of those things and making sure people aren't double dipping as well. Mhm.
Okay. You have questions?
Question, yes. County Council. So I think it would be helpful if in this discussion, we could provide some direction to staff about that policy that will impact this. But I don't know if we can really do that when it's not on the agenda. So I'm just,
Well, there is a provision in this contract that does reference gratuities. So you are in that relationship, you can talk about it. I wouldn't give specific direction on the travel policy because that's not before you. But if you want to give global perceptions on your feelings on whether gratuities should be included, that's fine.
okay, thanks. Well, so then when we get to discussion, I
good.
think
Okay.
that would be great.
All right. So we have no further questions. Do we have any public comment on this item? Seeing none in the room, do we have public comment online?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, we will close public comment on this item, and I will now call for a motion.
Move to approve as presented.
Oh, second.
Okay. Now do we have discussion from the board on this matter?
Yes, I just thought it would be helpful for staff. I mean, I have a strong opinion, but I just want to find out if it's shared or not, and that will help staff, I think, prepare. So in some back and forth discussions that we've had over time, there's been multiple concerns about adding the gratuities, and they include, and valid, concerns, misuse of it, control of it. What is it for? Which types of services is it for? Is it for your Uber? Is it for the housekeeper? Is it of your hotel? Is it for meals? Is it, and what if you did a meal, but there was something included, all these kinds of things. So how do we do that? And so I'm glad that we're trying to think through that. There was also the concern that it kind of in and of itself increases the cost, because if we've been authorizing X and now it's X plus whatever percentage on a lot of these components, then it is increasing our expenses for those travel, meals, and expense, however we categorize that. So I've been trying to pay attention, trying to consume it all. My view is that even though we are trying to manage our budget, right now, I think an increase in that cost is very justifiable, because where it's being funded now is out of the pockets of staff and supervisors and anybody else that's traveling on county business. And I just don't think that's right. So it's like the people doing the business on behalf of the county are the ones footing the bill, or they're stiffing the person who is providing them service. It's one of the two, unless they're doing it within the per diem where they can just include it. But frankly, I don't think our per diem covers 90% of the travel that I do. And I'm not worried about it for me. I don't really care for me, but I want it to be addressed for the future and for that purpose. And then I do think that there needs to be, as I think it was Supervisor Cox maybe acknowledged, that we do have to have some kind of limits that just say, because otherwise, some of us are more generous tippers than others. And so there should be a cap. There should be some guidance. There should be a limit on, well, what kinds of things will it be allowed for and what kinds of things will it not be? And I also get that would be an administrative burden to everybody involved in processing all these expense reports. But again, I just think, there's people out there working on behalf of the county that are out of pocket right now, and it shouldn't be. That's my view, but I want to know if the board is in the same place, because then we can streamline the process.
The other concern is some people may say, oh, I'm just going to go to Starbucks. That's what I do for breakfast, and it costs them $5. And they could say, oh, I'm just going to give you a $10 tip because I can tip, and that's my per diem. So
Well,
those are
that
the
is
other
the-
things that we have to kind of look at. I mean, we want to make sure there's no loopholes to take advantage. And so we don't want to do this, hastily and, oh, let's just take off gratuities and yay, everybody can do gratuities. No, because there is, like what Supervisor Lutwire stated, is that can be taken advantage of and people tip differently. And so we want to approach this in a way that will not be something out of the employee's pocket, and that it is part of the incidentals, but within reason.
I agree with that.
I agree with you as well. What I was going to suggest as a solution to the example that you provided is that you leave it as a percentage, not as it's open-ended to your own dollar amount.
It would be a percentage, but then if your meal is close to the meal per diem, and now you're exceeding your meal per diem with the gratuity. So that's the other thing with that, we've been analyzing and discussing and how that works. And reading some of when I reached out to the other Northern County auditors, some of their policies are saying that they highly discourage meals on their county credit card. They can't say you can't as indefinite. They just say they highly discourage it. And that they encourage employees to all go through the meal per diem through claims. Well, not everybody can do that. So we can put that kind of verbiage in there. It's something that we're toying with. Obviously, we haven't solidified anything yet because we want to make sure that it's always fair to everybody. So just know that those discussions are coming in, and we have to find the perfect balance for us, for everyone.
And just a question, if we do end up approving reimbursement of gratuities, why would there be a desire to allow it in one way but not on a card?
There wouldn't be. We would only want to do one way.
Oh, but I
So-
thought you said there's a lot of
so-
people saying, but don't let it happen on the county card.
The county, the county, so in prior years, people were taking I forget what exact chapter it was in the California Constitution that states you cannot give a gift of public funds. And some people interpreted that as tipping as a gift of public funds. And that's why a lot of this is here and what we're dealing with. And obviously that's left up to interpretation because you have all these other guidelines or rules or IRS per diems that state the incidentals includes a tipping. So right now, if you go on travel and get a reimbursement through the claims process, you are eligible for all 3 meals at that per diem rate, it can get paid, whether you eat that meal or not, whether you choose to tip with that per diem amount or not. That is how it kind of works. The restrictions to gratuities on Cal cards was there since 2009, I think was when the last time the Cal card policy was updated. And I don't even know if it went above the board or not. That was before my time. So that's always just been in play. So if we're going to say, yes, gratuities can be on a Cal card, then yes, it has to stay within that per diem rate, just as though you were getting a reimbursement through the claims process.
That seems
So
reasonable.
I think this situation probably hurts our NACO representative the most. When you go out to meals in, we'll say Washington, and you get $18 for dinner, and you go to dinner and it costs $73.
Correct.
And on and on.
Mhm.
I don't want to see anybody that sits in the NACO seat have to lose money going to represent our county. And I know that we are at this time. So you almost would like a sliding scale because where I go in California, it's pretty reasonable and I can, make up the difference. But with Heidi being out there for a few days
Sure.
and travel and all, far exceeds what she gets paid. And I think that can be a burden on some people. And then the delay, which is what it is also, burdensome. So if there's some way we could rectify that,
Yeah.
that would really be helpful.
Yes, that's definitely been part of the conversation. And how do we address it all?
And
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, I was gonna just add a caveat. When I was at one of the CSAC meetings, one of our previous deputy clerks of the board, Shan, was there for her kind of orientation with the clerks of the board group. And I was picturing this individual with what we pay for that position, having to pay for the same kinds of meals that I was paying for and then tip. And, it's not, or not tip because she can't afford to. And so that I get that it's us, but I'm really also thinking about staff that gets sent out for training to represent us, to do business on our behalf, whatever it is, and that everyone should have that opportunity to have the reasonable costs associated with doing that business on the county's behalf covered. That's
I'll just to speak to what I believe I'm confident that everyone at this board has spent their personal funding and has not gotten a complete reimbursement on that. I'm confident that we have done that. We were
It
just
is the
talking
same
about
for
fuel costs
my travel as
yesterday.
well.
The fuel costs alone for where Supervisor Brownfield and myself have to travel from to come into meetings and different things is significant. But I will say that a couple things. I would say on average with each NACO conference that I attend, which I believe is really, really important, and I've thoroughly enjoyed them and have had the opportunity to learn and bring that information back to the county. I would say on average, and this is a low number, I probably spend $500 of my own money at each one of those, whether they're in DC is probably maybe a little bit more than that. Due to the cost of transportation needs to get to and from when meetings are offsite from the conference center or what have you. And then also that our per diem rates don't even compare to the cost of meals in some of those larger cities.
Yeah.
And it's something that I recognized the first time I went, that this was going to be part of my public service, and my commitment was to invest personal resources. But I also recognize that I don't think the public is aware that sacrifice is part of what happens when you sit up here. And I know all of us have done it. I mean, all of us have spent our own dollars. And I do appreciate the fact that tipping has kind of gotten a bit out of control, it seems like lately. You don't even get an option anymore to choose 10%. They automatically throw 18, 20, and 25 out there on their little signage tags. And so there's a bit of pressure there, and I do think we should have limitations on that.
Yeah.
I am happy that this is being looked at and that these considerations are being heard.
Yes.
Also, when someone does choose to do the cash option, which I find to be easier simply because I don't want to get in trouble. I'm terrified of
we don't like
that
sending
card.
out
I have that
violation
card like
letters.
behind
Yeah.
because I'm so afraid that I'm going to accidentally in a hurry, like pull it out and then the world will fall on my head. But I just use it, my own cash most of the time. But it is a struggle sometimes when you're waiting for that reimbursement, when you are because just meals alone is, sometimes $500 or whatever. And so it's definitely something I think that I know that people in this seat would appreciate. And I also feel like if staff members are up against those same situations, that it makes it hard to be excited to go and serve when you're not paying a bill in order to be able to make sure you have food when you're going to do work for your job. So thank you for taking the time to really explore this and to
Yes, of
recognize
course.
that, on the backside of our service, we're humans and we all have bills to pay ourselves. And
I'm also subject to all those things.
yeah,
when I
you
travel.
too. I know.
And so is every single employee who travels, and we see it all the time. And we do get requests from individuals who don't make as much, and they're required to do certain travels. And so we'll get requests for certain expedited warrants, and we always abide by that because we do have that understanding.
Well,
And we're
thank you
trying to
for
work
that.
within that.
I know that
Mhm.
that's helpful.
Sure.
I turned my cow card in after my second.
I did,
letter
too.
from
I did that too. I'm terrified. I'm not terrified.
Said, okay, I can't play by the rules. I just won't use it.
So, we've gone through public comment and we have a motion on the table.
Yep.
And so we will now call for the vote.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield?
Aye.
Chairman Carpenter Harris?
Aye, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you for your hard work and we'll
Thank
see you
you.
again soon.
And just for the record, I just noted, the board approved this matter is presented with board direction to staff to include reimbursing gratuities within appropriate limits and levels, within appropriate limits and approvals in the travel policy.
We'll now hear item E4. No, I'm sorry, E3. I jumped ahead. County Administrative Office, discuss and/or provide direction to staff regarding a potential change in the job description and salary range for the county librarian classification and methods to provide library services. CAO Todd Hill.
Thank you, Chair. So the intent of this item is to have some board discussion prior to budgets getting finalized in September. So we're not throwing any topics on the table, at the board or with the public when the proposed budget is released in early December, and then we have discussions about it, and then we finally adopt a budget in September. This is just to get ahead of some of those discussions. The staff report outlines some of our requirements from the state perspective as far as having a certified accredited librarian. if we are to maintain our county public free library status. There are some limited waiver options there of up to a year if we're doing certain actions, and we've kind of gone through that before, and you're somewhat familiar with that. There's, like I said, there's 3 options outlined there in the staff report, and we can talk about those as much as we want to after, the introduction and some public comment. I have more information on each one of those topics that we can get in, or each one of those options that we can get into as desired.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions at this time? Seeing none, do we have any public comment on this item? Good morning.
I'm Susan Hazard, and I'm here because my daughter-in-law is the librarian in, Trinity Center, and she couldn't be here today. And I think she's mostly wanting to gather information on what this means as far as especially, well, for the libraries in general and for the outlying libraries specifically. If it will affect her job, the Hayfork librarian's job. And so I don't understand what's going on because I haven't been part of this before. So any kind of information you could be specific with that maybe I could come back to her with. And if you want, I have lots of information about why it's important to try and keep the librarians that live in the communities that they're serving. But I might be stepping ahead of things because I don't really understand where you are in the process. So if you can address any of that, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Do we have any further public comment in the room?
I'm Chris Erickson. I'm the treasurer of the Trinity County Friends of the Library, and we certainly endorse getting a qualified librarian for the Trinity County Libraries. But we also want to, and again, I'm speaking for myself because we haven't had a meeting since we became aware that the CAO was looking to advertise to fill the librarian position. But we want to emphasize how pleased we are with the staff in all 3 of the libraries, not only the main library here, but also Trinity Center, Hayfork, and that having a local person in each of the outlying libraries develops a much better service for the users of the library. Each of those people, Nancy over in Hayfork and Elise up in Trinity Center, have their own group of volunteers that support the library to the point that we actually have 3 separate bank accounts because there's people over in Hayfork that want to support the Hayfork Library and they want their donations to be spent in Hayfork. The same thing is true up in Trinity Center. And it's that group of people that are supporting the local libraries that make it so effective with only having the present staffing level that we have. So again, we thank Trent for being on top of this and being ahead of the new budget and looking toward that, replacing the librarian with a qualified librarian. But each of the ladies that are working in these libraries now are doing an excellent job, and we're very pleased with it. Thank you.
Any further public comment in the room? Seeing none, do we have any public comment online?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, thank you. We will now close public comment on this matter. And now move to have a, I'm trying to decide, do we take a we're just discussing this,
Sheriff, and Margaret, you
ask questions.
go, you want me to, but I can go into the three specific options as outlined in the staff report
Okay,
and give you a little more information on those before you might consider, a specific motion or direction.
direction.
So just to kind of back up a little bit to explain why we're having this conversation. So last year, we had an memorandum of understanding with Humboldt County for $10,000 to have them represent Trinity County as the official librarian from a state perspective. So each county, to maintain your county free library status, you have to have an accredited librarian in accordance with the education code that's referenced in the staff report. I've worked with the state librarian staff and have confirmed with them as recently as yesterday that that position does not have to necessarily, that there's no opinion from the state, put it that way. There's no opinion from the state as far as that position having to be full-time, part-time, some arrangement with a partner like we did last year as far as how that position is filled at the local level. They just require whomever is representing us in that librarian position to in fact be accredited and credentials as outlined in the California Education Code. So last year we did that via the MOU, like I referenced, with Humboldt County for up to $10,000. We've spent six-ish of that, maybe a little bit more. It just kind of depends on how it'll all unfold. We have not spent the entire amount of that. I was notified about 6 weeks ago from the Humboldt County staff that because of their own internal budget challenges and staffing challenges, that they would not be able to enter into that agreement in future years. That was somewhat expected, I mean, not overly unexpected, based upon our conversations when we entered the agreement at first. So after that, we started having a little bit of discussions internally. I shared some information with Barb, with the Friends of the Library. I've talked with the state a little bit and come up with these options. We've run some numbers, and that's what option one is we would make some adjustments in our current job description, because if you recall, when we did the full class and comp study for the entire county, our librarian position was one of them that was significantly increased. So my proposal would be to adjust that job description where the salary range would fall in the, well, two things with it. One, we take it out of the management unit, which would put it in a different classification. So we put it in the general unit, and we'd assign a general unit, the G212 salary range, which is annually, it's between 68,000 and 91,000 in that range for the librarian. We're confident for 26, 27 that we can do that. It will, overall, when you look at the overall increase, net increase to the budget, it'll be in the $50,000 or so range. Even though it's a higher salary, that's what the net impact will be, because we'll have a decrease from the Humboldt piece of it. But then there'll be some additional cost in the out years because we'll be increasing our pool for future years UAL, which, as you recall, is on a 2-year lag, basically. So there'll be a little bit of a dip for 26, 27, and then 27, 28, and then we'll start increasing that again if we go with this increased, if we go with a full-time librarian at the proposed salary range. So I'm confident we can do that this year. That could have an impact. I'm not committing to how that would impact the rest of the staff right now. But if we had a full-time librarian, then the question is, well, how does that impact our current part-time librarian assistants at the 3 locations, as you've just heard? There could be a possibility of reducing those staffs where we wouldn't have, part-time people at each one of those locations, because the full-time librarian could potentially go out and open those locations when needed. So we could see some reduction or some adjustments in staffing if we went with option 1. But that would get us clear approval, clear authorization from the state, no agreement with another partner, no fluctuation. We would be in complete control of it locally. That's kind of option 1.
I'm sorry.
And yeah, let's have any questions you might have on option 1.
I just wanted to clarify as you went along. So did I hear correctly that you're saying the arrangement we have with Humboldt, it's not going to happen again? This solution that you were just presenting as an option would have a net increase of 50,000 over what we've had in the budget for this fiscal year?
For this fiscal year, yes.
Okay.
Because we're not going to expend all of our budgeted amount in this fiscal year. So from a budget perspective, not an execution perspective, but from a budgeted perspective, we'll see this would require about a $50,000 increase for 26-27, and go up from there.
Thank you.
Any other questions on option 1?
Well, yeah, I'm sorry because I'm not following you fully, because I'm taking the 10,000 that we had budgeted for Humboldt and I'm adding the 50, but I think what you're saying is the part that we didn't spend on that gets added to it too.
There's part of that, but we also, again, you got to divide budgeted versus our expenditures. So we budgeted in 25-26 more than we're expending. So our budgeted amount increase for 26-27 will only be about 50,000 with this option right now. That's what we're projecting, just ballpark figures. So for option 2, that is to basically enter into an agreement similar to what we did with Humboldt County. Now, when I put this staff report together, I didn't have any potential partners. I did have a conversation yesterday with the librarian from the city of Orland, and she is the president of the North Net Library Association that I'd referenced in my board report. And there is some possibility that we could enter into a similar type of arrangement with her that we did with the Humboldt County librarian. They're going through some of their own internal organizational issues right now. They don't have a city administrator. They're sharing some of those duties with department heads. But she's been there about 20 years. She's comfortable and confident that she could articulate that this is a positive thing, for the state and the big organization, and the amount required of her would not be too significant to take away from her other duties there. Again, that would be basically the same level we have now. It's just really a figurehead that is providing that status. There's some limited virtual interaction. There's some reporting that they help us out with. There's systems that they're familiar with that we're required to report within the state. That's what they would help facilitate for us. So there is that potential option. That's not necessarily my preferred option right now, and I'll kind of get into a proposed strategy after we talk about all 3 of these options. Option 3 that I have outlined here would be a contract method. 2 years ago, when we talked about the library issue and having to change the hours and all that, we talked about this contract method with a company called Library Systems and Services. They provide the library services for Shasta County and City of Reading on a combined basis. So if you go over to the Shasta County Library or City of Reading Library, that's who runs those libraries. They also run like the library system down in Riverside County, which is obviously a huge, very different system than we have up here. But their scope and methodologies vary from very large down to other jurisdictions in Texas. Last time I had a conversation with them, they run a library branch down there with one employee. So it's a full, gamut of the size of services that they provide. That option, I think from an overall cost perspective, would be a little bit less pure budget-wise quote to the library, but there'd be more administration with that because somebody would have to manage that contract. Somebody in the admin office would have to do the contract, run the RFP, do the selection, manage the contract, develop the scope, make payments every month, just all that. So there would be some admin costs there. Those employees would, they wouldn't be county employees. They would be employees of a private entity who would be doing the service on our behalf. But that does meet the requirements of the state, to have a certified librarian, because that's what the requirement would be for that company to bring in a certified librarian. The state really has no opinion on that methodology, other than it works and some jurisdictions do it, but they're not going to either officially support or provide an opinion on it. My thoughts, or any other questions on options 2 or 3 before I propose something?
3 was just contracting out that lead position, not all positions.
All positions.
All positions.
All
It was
positions, yes.
Okay, I wanted
Yes,
to get clear on
yes, we would contract all positions. We would basically provide that contractor a scope of work that said, hey, we have 3 physical locations. Here's our anticipated, here's our throughput as far as patrons per month that we average. Here's our hours we'd like to be open. Provide us a price. Typically, they said they come in, 80-ish%, of maybe what our typical operating costs are. But then we have that admin piece of managing the contract, still paying for, facility usage, utilities, facility upkeep, that kind of stuff. There's still cost associated with it other than just the service of having the librarian and their staff.
And just for clarity's sake, I mean, having experienced this kind of, it's a form of outsourcing basically, in a number of different situations, it doesn't necessarily mean if you went that direction that those people all get replaced, because a lot of times what those firms do is they come in and basically hire the people that are doing it in place, because otherwise they have to find people and move them here and everything else. But it does turn over that control to that other party. And the ones I've always done were more related to technology. And I've never looked at it in this means.
Yeah, but it's the exact same concept though.
Yeah.
Same exact.
Was the MOU with the smaller county you mentioned about the same as Humboldt?
They would, yes, they would basically do similar terms as Humboldt. Her bigger concern right now is timing, because they are without a city administrator and some of their staff and some of the additional duties that they're all having to pull because of that. But she's open to conversations.
So as Rick mentioned, obviously best for us to keep the people that we have employed. Do you feel confident that the option 3, they would keep our local people working here, keep them on?
I could not commit to that at all. Yeah. obviously be a desire, and you could probably set up some type of right of first refusal for job. I mean, there's a whole litany of things you have to go through. I've done that in a separate life too, but that's only for the an initial period. And then after that is typically when you start seeing lots of other changes.
Yeah, it'd probably change the culture
Mm-hmm.
significantly and
Mhm.
the volunteer practices and all of those types of
Yeah.
things.
So my proposal for consideration would be the board authorizes me to go out and advertise, one, to make these adjustments to the job description we talked about. We'll have to make those adjustments. We'll have to run that through the union, do all that kind of stuff. There's some admin associated with that. That revised job description and salary range will come back before the board for approval. We could do that by next meeting. It'd be close, but we could probably get that. We try to get that done by next meeting. And then the board would authorize me to go out and run a job advertisement for that position, run it, nationwide, run it for at least 30 days, maybe 45 days, see what kind of candidates we get, see if we could fill the position with a credentialed librarian. If we find such person and we agree upon the salary range, they're wanting to come here, we fill the position, and then we move in that direction. If we run the advertisement, we don't find anybody that's willing to come here, but we still need to fulfill, and it's still the board's desire to keep the libraries open, which is my desire to do that. We would then start pursuing the MOU route with the individual that I mentioned earlier. I would like to kind of use that as a backup versus the primary, only because of the position they're at right now, the desire, I believe, of the community to actually, keep the libraries and maybe even bolster them up a little bit more than we have right now. And that'll solidify our libraries.
And maybe
for
in
the
that
long
time,
term.
another option may come forward with a county that's willing to.
I mean, it could, but if you look at libraries from like an overall state perspective and the funding associated with there's challenges out there across the whole state, and really the whole nation, but I mean specifically the state and then locally. So I'm not overly optimistic that there's going to be like a flood of people that are willing and able to do this MOU approach, because it does take a unique individual, because they've got to be willing to basically do this above and beyond their already existing job. It's not like they have extra capacity to do this for us.
And move here also.
No, the
Well,
second
under
one.
the MOU route, that would be all done virtually. They would, we could set something up in there if we did something like Humboldt, where they would, come
Fly there
once or
and
maybe twice, and do an on-site visit, but most things are done virtually. And that's the way it's worked.
So the $10,000 that it costs us to do that MOU route, that doesn't go to that individual as increasing like an incentive for them to do that job? They're doing it just out of kindness?
No, I mean, it goes to the county,
Uh-huh.
and then they bill their time they would spend on us, towards that
They do get.
So
fund,
they're
fund
more,
site.
they're not getting overtime, they're more
So-
dividing their focus?
That then is up to them specifically how they do that, whether they
Mm.
do it on overtime, comp time, how they actually do that. But it's really not another like bonus for them or a big
Right.
incentive.
Not a side hustle.
Not necessarily. I mean, it's kind of, but not necessarily. I
In-
guess it's a side hustle in the
When you
public
found this
arena.
individual in Orland, city of Orland, like we had with the county of Humboldt, does it have to operate at that level? Is this something that we could talk to Shasta College about sharing their librarian?
Uh, it all comes down to the qualifications of the librarian. If they meet the California State Education Code, meaning they've got a master's degree, you know, MLS or MLS, that they've got that master's degree, then that would fit the bill too. Yes. That that's the requirement. I'm not sure, like with the Shasta College librarian, you know, what their credential requirements are.
Yeah, I believe they are, but we could double check on that. So my question is, because I see where you're headed with this, but I have this long-term fiscal dread in my gut that this is going to work for a year or 2 years, and then we're going to get into more challenging budget cycles. And then you're not going to be in that seat and somebody else is, and somebody else may not. I'm just hoping that we could find a solution that is more fiscally sound long-term. That's my worry. And I do believe that Shasta College does require that. I mean, I don't see how they can't. I know who that librarian is. And so just wondering if maybe, and I get what you're saying, they don't have to do this. They could kind of say, this isn't working for me at any point in time. So you're trying to find something that is like, we don't have to keep reinventing our approach. I appreciate that too.
Have we ever been able to come up with a number to monetize the value of being a state-free library, whatever that terminology is? I know it gives us some benefits, but I don't know what that equates to. Does anybody, you know, that gives us access to books for free? It gives us systems for free. It gives us some. I'm trying to figure out, if we don't have that qualification anymore, so what? What's the so what? And I'm sure it's a big so what. I just don't know.
Yeah, I don't have that off the top of my head.
Okay. So the rest of my thinking.
But we could certainly figure that out.
Okay. Because the rest of my thinking, again, from a very uninformed standpoint, I tried to do a little bit of research, but didn't get very far, is what if we worked with a nonprofit to take over operation of the library? We put in similar funding to what we've been put in. We lease that portion of this building for $1 a month, and whatever other buildings that we have associated with that. And we no longer have to have some specific category of librarian there. We have to have people that run the libraries. We're still committing money. We're doing it through funding a nonprofit to provide a service that we want to provide, but we want to do it without all the restrictions. I don't know if any of that can be done, and I don't know what we lose by moving to a nonprofit driven versus a state-free, whatever it is. So I'll just put that out there. I don't know if that's been thought of, considered. We understand the implications.
Yeah, we went through some of that a couple years ago. I just don't have that info on the top of my head, and I don't want to misspeak off the cuff on it. And we could certainly find some of that out, you know, and I don't want to portray that we are like under a significant, you know, timeline to make a decision today or next meeting. We will need to put in, you know, a exemption request to the state early in July, based upon whatever our plan is going to be. You know, if we want to maintain that county-free library status, but that's fairly easy to do as long as we have an adequate plan.
Yeah, that's really interesting to me, and it solves my biggest problem. I mean, and I know it's a financial problem, but I hate the idea of replacing the librarians we already have. I think it kind of hits hard for me because they put a lot of time in, and it's just, yeah, all of a sudden they don't have a job anymore and replaced by some, yeah. I would do anything we could to keep the librarians we have, and I love Rick's idea. If it's possible to do that, I think that's a great maybe possibility to solve this.
I have a question. How many in the shared librarian scenario, what did you, I don't know if you said this and I missed it, but what is the kind of the amount of time that that person spends with us to keep us legal or keep us with an accredited library? Did you say
It was fairly limited with Humboldt. I mean, there were some virtual meetings. They came over and did a physical visit to each of the library locations. They helped us with there's an annual report that you got to do with the state. They helped us do that. I mean, it's fairly limited.
So what if, and this is just a what if we ask for a credentialed librarian part-time or even less than part-time, because our assumption is that this was going to be someone's like life-sustaining job, but there are probably maybe some retired librarians who would love to make a little extra money and they could serve our library for 20 hours a month or whatever it is, and fulfill our requirements, and we pay them as a contractor instead of as an employee, and we get what we need from them without having all of the added in cost of having an employee. And we do that with a private person rather than another county, or rather than having to have a full-time librarian. What, is that even possible?
It's possible.
All things are.
All things are
Maybe.
possible. It's just finding
Yeah.
it's finding that unicorn out there that
Right.
wants to do that has their credentials.
Well, I just
yeah.
think that in today's, I don't know, I look at our retired population, and people are very vital and still very, capable of doing 10 more years of work at maybe, 20 hours a month or something. And I don't want to always underestimate what could be there. I mean,
Yeah.
this person could be retired and living in Trinity Center, and they ran the libraries for Los Angeles or something, we don't know. So I don't know, it might be worth just kind of putting feelers out. Maybe it would save us money, and it would give them a way to still be participating in a career that I'm sure they loved, and it would serve our purpose without excessive costs. But that's just an idea.
So it sounds like the direction that you're asking for could go on simultaneously with even just a little bit more looking into what does the nonprofit look like? What does this option look like? And that would be told by your recruiting process if there's somebody out there like that. In the meantime, we could also ask Shasta College if they would be available and interested in such a thing. We could kind of do all three at the same time.
We could.
That's my vote, just from the standpoint that I'd like all information before we decide how we're going to move forward.
I think all of us don't like option 3.
Correct.
Okay. Sounds good.
So we don't like option 3. That's pretty clear.
Okay.
Did you have, so are you comfortable with the sentences that Jill provided for direction?
Yes.
And everyone is comfortable with those?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I just had another thought. Am I allowed to have another thought,
You're
Margaret?
the chair.
The chair can have many thoughts as you want.
I don't even know if this is relevant, but I did just get an email from our second lady of the US, and she is starting a nationwide library and reading campaign. And so my thought just went to, I wonder if there's networking or money or something like that in those types of campaigns when the first lady or the second lady gets on, they have something that they're sponsoring. So anyway, I will look into that personally and see if there's anything in that to be considered. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your efforts on this, CAO Tuthill. We'll now move to item E4. County Administrative Office. Pursuant to the county fee waiver policy, find that Trinity County Fair Association annual fair provides a public benefit. Approve their application for waiver of county fees, waiving the solid waste fees in part. potential loss of revenue is an amount of up to $8,604 in solid waste enterprise fees.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So as outlined in the staff report, the request from the Fair Association is to waive the entire amount, which we calculate out as $8,604. As we've done the last 2 years, our recommendation is to, in essence, split the cost to where the board would be waiving the municipal solid waste fee, which is the fee we will have to pay to actually dispose of the said solid waste. And then we would, the Fair Association would be charged the drop fee for the 40-yard dumpsters, which is the $3,520. And that's the way we've split it in the last 2 years. This would make the third year. We have had discussions with the Fair Association. They have definite, budgetary challenges over there. This year, we did give them with board authorization, we did give them the additional, one-time $25,000 help in addition to their $50,000 that we have been giving them the last few years. Then you might ask, well, why are we, you're just playing a shell game if we're asking them to, still pay some fees and we're waiving some fees. But yes, we are doing that, but it also in essence, it puts the appropriate operating costs that are actually there, and it makes us all operate in reality versus just waiving a bunch of fees and really never accounting for that. When we go about developing and looking at long-term sustainment of like the Fair Association and how much money does the county need to provide them to maintain solvency and use those facilities for not only the fair but for large evacuation events, for fire camps, and for other things like that. So that's why I'm advocating that we actually split it again like this. And yeah, we are playing a little bit of a move money from one account to another, but it actually allocates and shows the true expenses as well from an operating cost perspective. And with that, take any questions.
Do we have any questions from the board? No. Do we have public comment on this item in the room?
Waiting the whole time. Waiting 4 hours for this.
Sorry.
I am Krista Hymas. I currently sit on the Fair Board, and I'm also currently the office staff. It's me and one other person, because that's what we're working on. Our board is basically putting on the fair, keeping the grounds up, as much community volunteer work as we can get. So what we're looking for is any help that the board can give us, both financially or waiving some of our fees for our fair. I have gone to every corner of this county to let everybody know and debunk the rumors that we are putting on a fair. It is not going to be as giant as it has been in the past, but we are putting on a fair. And we're, as a board, looking very forward to it. We are bringing in some other counties to kind of help us out and give us some ideas. So that's kind of where we sit at right now. We've had to reinvent the wheel for a lot of different things. When our CEO left, a lot of what was done in the past left with her or whatever. So I have taken it upon myself as a county retiree to spend probably close to 50 hours a week working on getting a fire camp plan back in an evacuation plan and getting grants to try and help us. And I don't do grants, so I'm learning that project too. So anything that the board can do to help us in waiving some of these costs, because that is a large cost to us along with our electricity, but the solid waste fees are a lot of cost to us. So
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any other public comment in the room, but do we have any online?
I have no raised hands.
Okay. So there's no public comment online. We'll now close public comment on that. Do we have a motion and then we can open up for discussion?
Move to approve staff recommendation as presented.
I second.
We can now have discussion on this. Supervisor Gogan?
I think it's very fair and, I know it's going to be a tough year at the fair this year. And I think it's, with the economy and all, maybe best to scale it back a little bit just because things are tough out there. Good move. I know you're putting in a ton of work. I don't know how you do it. So I think this is a good proposition for the fairground. So I do approve of it.
Any comments?
Could I make a second motion?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to give her what she needs. The fair is so important to our communities. They don't come with any other requests usually that are beyond our scope. And I just, from our districts, they serve our kids and so.
So your second motion
Is to-
is to
Is to
provide the,
what they're asking for.
which, yes, so
What-
that,
Yep, E4.
Liam already did that.
Oh, you did? Okay, I thought we were going to split it. Okay, good.
No.
No, oh, absolutely. Yeah, great.
Mine would be to,
What happened?
Not-
I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry, who made the motion, the first motion?
Rick.
Rick, I'm
It was
sorry.
presented.
Okay, and then so
Right.
yours would be to provide them with the full amount of 8,000. Okay,
8,600.
then you need to make a motion that states that.
Okay, I
So-
would like
so
to, yes, I would like to
Make
make a
a
motion.
second motion and then say what you want us to do.
I'd like to make a second motion that supplies the county fee waiver asked for by the Fair Association of $8,604.
Okay.
Okay, is that specific enough?
I will second.
Do we have any discussion on the second motion?
Yeah, I just want to say that I support what CEO Tuthill put forward about our logic for doing this. I mean, the board can separately come in and say, we will offer additional money to support the fair, but in trying to show that these are true costs of operating the fair. And there are true costs of operating the solid waste department. And so when we've had this discussion before, when we just start giving it away, then we're going to use a word that's too big. We're just moving a shell game. And
Right.
so I'm all about supporting the fair, just supporting the library, supporting people trying to do septics, all these kinds of things, and we still have limited money. And so I think that the appropriate is the original staff recommendation, and so just offering my comments.
But they also have to deal with fuel costs and all of these raised inflationary costs. So that's my point when I say the 8, because I think it, yep. Okay.
Chair may make a comment.
Sure.
So as far as the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund, just as a reminder to the board, if you look at their balance sheet, it is not exactly overly positive. And, when you look at, and when you start talking about things like cost and fuel cost, don't forget that organization is heavy in the cost of equipment, the cost of fuel, the cost that continually goes up to dispose of our solid waste because we no longer have a landfill here. So I get it, the discussion, but the operating cost of our solid waste arena is also significantly going up.
What if we made up the difference with the general fund of what you want to give her?
CEO Tudhill, what do you think the actual cost would be for that event? As far as the dumpsters and all,
It's here.
as for solid waste,
It's,
That's the 8604.
8604, where you're gonna go,
so it's the total cost is $8,604 in total. The board is looking at two options. One, to waive the $5,084, leaving the fair to pay $3,520. That's the first motion. The second motion is to waive both of those fees and ask the county to pay the full $8,604 for both items. That's Supervisor Brownfield's recommendation. Supervisor Lutweiler's is we pay $5,084 and the fair pays $3,520. Is that correct?
So, yeah, okay. I saw potential and I wasn't sure if that was actual numbers or what, potential loss in revenue.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the actual.
Close enough.
Because it's dependent upon the action that you guys take.
Right.
If you waive nothing, then there is no loss in revenue. If you do some hybrid
Gotcha.
as recommended, then it's not, it's whatever amount you choose to waive is the amount of loss of revenue.
And then there was the question from Supervisor Brownfield could we take the 3,520 out of general fund? I don't know if that's possible. That's a question.
I wouldn't recommend it, but you could.
So
What you're saying is waive the 5,000, but then use general funds to cover the other solid wastes. Anyway, yeah.
I see this as a bit of a slippery slope because we have Lions and Kiwanis and all of the other, the Lewiston fair that happens there. And I appreciate our heart's desire because I think all of us would be like, yeah, pay for everything. We want to have the best possible fair and other activities as possible. But I do, from my perspective, being able to show true costs, although sometimes it's harder to do when things are getting donated. It makes it more difficult to say this is what it really cost us, but this isn't what we really spent, because of when you are in a position and you're looking for funding by writing grants and different things, having those hard actual costs and the ability to show what things really cost do kind of pan out in a way, because they allow you to say, I need this much money, and hopefully you're able to get that. So I appreciate the accounting aspect of needing to show true costs. And I also appreciate our heart's desire to support all of our local activities, but I also appreciate the fact that it's going to cost us money to provide the other services that are recommended or that are mandated. We have to do them, the removal of trash and so forth. We have to be able to pay our staff to do that. And so those are my thoughts.
I would like to add to your slippery slope list it is very easy to fall into a space when you sit here with 5 of us that just need to agree, 3 of us just need to agree, and we can hand money any place we want. And we've had that happen before. And it's rough when the individual or individuals that are before you, they have justifiable, beautiful, important causes. And it is our job one to keep before us that we have to balance all of the costs in this county. And, you can fast forward one meeting and the room's going to be filled with the next need and the next plea. And that can happen every single meeting. And there are limited resources and limited funds. And while we all absolutely love the fair and the children that it supports and the 4-H and so forth, let's keep in mind too, we have contributed an additional $25,000 toward sort of a rough season in the life of the fair this year. And I think it is important to keep the balance and the larger perspective. And so with that, I support helping in the proportions that we have in the past.
So we'll call for the vote on Supervisor Brownfield's motion. Correct.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield?
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler?
No.
Supervisor Cox?
No.
Chairman Carpenter Harris?
No.
Now Supervisor Lutweiler's motion to waive $5,084. Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Lutweiler?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield?
Aye.
Chairman Carpenter Harris?
Aye.
Thank you.
And thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that it is an absolute must to attend the Trinity County Fair at least one time in your life. You see things there that you can't even believe is happening before your eyes, especially at the demolition derby and other, it's fantastic. You can, I'll allow you to respond to my
Sorry.
comment.
This year we have, we don't have a carnival come in. We have an amusement, which is, the mechanical bull, zip
Oh.
lines, water slides, that kind of stuff. We'll still have the logging show, the demolition derby, and then we're bringing the mini bulls in on Sunday. So there's going to be a lot to do, but we're also going to dedicate Sunday as our free day. We're also going to have a culture day. So we're going to invite the Hmongs, we're going to invite the Native Americans, we're going to invite anybody that wants to come and just enjoy the fair, but also bring their culture with them to do that. So we have some big ideas, and I'm reaching out to try and get more stuff to happen at the fair. So,
Thank you for your efforts.
and I will be getting you guys a fair book next week
Okay.
to invite you personally.
Will
And
you
our-
be
and
looking
our
for
option
donations
members.
on that free day, perhaps?
Will I be looking for donations?
Donations on the free day?
Yeah.
Help maybe offset some of the costs? Okay.
Yeah, come on in. I'm
All
here
right.
usually Monday through Thursday.
Monday through Monday.
Okay, thank you so much for that. We'll now move on to item E5, transportation. Adopt a resolution approving the FY 26-27 list of projects work plan for funding from the road maintenance and rehabilitation account. I believe Panos is online?
Yes, I am.
Good
Good
day,
morning.
sir.
I guess it's good afternoon. Panos Kokas, Director of Transportation. The Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account, RMRA, was passed back in 2017 because of the lack of adequate funds to take care of the roads. Since then, we were able to obtain additional funds, probably 1/4 or less of what we need, but nevertheless, it's much better than what we used to have, so we can do some projects. This act requires the counties and the cities, whoever received those funds, to have a plan for what projects they want to do with that year's allocation. That allocation has to be approved by a resolution by the elected body and then forwarded to the California Transportation Commission, CTC, for final approval so we can receive the funds for that work. At the end of the year, we have to report to the CDC what we have accomplished and what is going to be pushed to the following year. Since, like the staff report says, since this bill was passed, the Trinity Board of Supervisors enacted a few priorities for those funds as we get them. One of them is to use it as matching funds for FEMA or CDA. That means for any damage to the roads by fire or weather. As you well know, we do not get reimbursed for the full amount, so we have to have local matching funds. In addition, we receive federal funds for roads, some roads, the ones that they have federal aid, and bridges. And of course, those also require local matches. Since we do not have the available funds, those RMRA funds are eligible for that. What they're not eligible for, it's routine maintenance like plowing snow, trimming trees, cleaning brush, and so forth. So that leaves us about 30% or so for discretionary work to be done. As the Exhibit A shows, we have certain work to do for the upcoming $2.87 million that is allocated to Trinity County, and that requires approval from the Board of Supervisors. If you remember in my last department head report, I sent you a list of roads that we plan to chip seal. That chip seal is paid by the RMRA funds. So those are funds that they were approved in previous cycles. So that's what we're using to complete those chip seals. There are times, however, that you cannot complete all the work, so you have to push the work back and do it later on. So I'm here available for any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions? Oh, I need to do public comment first. Hey, we can do questions before public comment? Okay. Do we have any questions from the board on this item?
Yeah, one. Okay, so on the bottom of your fiscal year 26-27 project list, Exhibit A, there's a $750,000, 2 pieces of equipment number. And I'm wondering if there's any way to, or if it's possible or feasible to buy one out of the 2 to free up half of that money to do more grading and maintenance, regular road maintenance, and then buy the next piece of equipment, because I'm thinking about all the roads that need dire attention for
You know,
maintenance.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
You know, that would be a good idea. The unfortunate part is when we have to do road grading, we have to bring water. And the water trucks that we have, they don't work that well. They're like a sieve. We fill it up, and then by the time I get to the job site, half of the water, if not more, is gone. If we don't have that water and we grade without water, the grading that we have done is going to be wasted. And we have to wait long ways between trips. So the grader may be sitting or the compactor may be sitting. Actually, we need about 3 or 4 trucks right now. If we do not have the equipment, some of our work would not be able to be done. And we thought about renting trucks, you know, dump trucks or water trucks, but this time of the year, they're not available. They'll be available in the wintertime, but not during construction season.
Go figure.
Do any of these trucks have to be be replaced also because of the emission requirements with the state?
We're pushing the envelope. Well,
I'm sorry?
yes, they are. We're pushing the envelope. Those trucks are from the 80s.
Okay.
And
those
they're broken
those
down.
carb requirements are driving.
Not necessarily. They're part of it carb. The other part is the tanks are leaking. We tried to weld them. They're in the bottom of the tank, you know, the galvanized tanks and so forth. It's very, very difficult to repair them. Our mechanics are doing heroic efforts. We're to the point that they don't make parts for certain things, and they try to make the parts, but they can only make so many.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further questions from the board? No? Do we have any public comment in the room? Seeing none, we'll move to public comment online.
I have no raised hands.
Okay, I will now accept a motion so that we can move into discussion.
Move to approve as presented.
I'll second.
Discussion from the board. Supervisor Bromfield?
I hear what Panos is saying, and because of all the roads we have up there, I have to say, I recommend that we just do one this year and one next year if it's possible, and free up that cash to do the.
Do you want to make a second motion?
Sure.
That states that?
Okay.
And then, but when you do that, it's also important to recognize then the direction to staff would be, where does that money go?
Exactly. That would be the next one. So I'd like to make a motion for the Department of Transportation to purchase one truck, either, I don't know if they're both combos, I don't think so. One's a dump truck, one's a water truck, or one's a water truck with a dump truck. But one or the other this year, and use the remaining half of the money for road maintenance. And we have to decide where that other $325,000 goes between all of us. The board would have to
So
agree.
Is there a second on that for discussion? No second? Motion fails. Do we have any further discussion from the board?
I'll just ask related to that. So there's an assumption, I assume, in that proposal that only buying the one truck and freeing up that 325,000 would allow us to do more road work.
Exactly.
And I thought what I was hearing from Panos is that without the water trucks, then we can't do the same amount of work that we already have planned. And so it could actually lead to less work getting done because we don't have the water trucks to support the actual maintenance work on the ground.
Yep. He did
So
say
that's what I was understanding, Panos, and if that's incorrect, please clarify.
That is correct. And in the past, we were not able to complete all the work that we planned to do because of staffing and equipment challenges. If one piece of equipment breaks, then everybody's sitting around. If we don't have the piece of equipment, we can't do the work. And sometimes even if we have the equipment, we just don't have the people to get the work done that we
So I
planned.
think Supervisor Brownfield, the reason that I wasn't seconding and that I wanted to just bring this up was if it was a matter of, well, we could get shiny new trucks that would be more fun and better and they would last longer but we could do it now or we could do it 5 years from now, then I like what you're suggesting. But what I'm hearing is we've used duct tape, we've used welding, we've used everything we can do, and we literally can't do the work we promised to do because of this equipment, which is why we prioritized it. So that's the only reason, just clarifying.
I appreciate you summarizing that significantly. I value the idea of getting more work done, but as Supervisor Weiler stated, I also understand because when, like he said, once you've already used baling wire, duct tape, and whatever else, gum, whatever, and I've seen some of the county's equipment, and I'm pretty shocked it's still rolling. So it's a hard pill to swallow to spend this much money on equipment. I mean, it is painful, but it's part of the deal. And the reason I ask about CARB is because I do serve in the air quality conversation, and that's a particular matter, but we often talk about CARB in conjunction with that. And once you meet that cutoff date from the state, then you have to buy new equipment. And we're close, it sounds like, on some of this. So if it's a dual benefit, I guess, in a way. So if everyone, any further comments? Okay,
Got it.
so call for the vote.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield?
Aye.
Chairman Carpenter Harris?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. I will report out from our last closed session. Item F1, Government Code Section 54954.5B, real property negotiations. The property is on 1450 Main Street. Agency negotiator Elizabeth Hamilton, Margaret Long, and Trent Tuthill. Negotiating parties is Rick Rafati. Am I saying that correct? Rafanti. Thank you for the correction. Rick Rafanti. Under negotiations, price and terms of payment and the direction was given to negotiators. Item was F2, Government Code Section 54954.5E, Public Employee Evaluation, County Administrative Officer. No reportable action was taken. With that, we will now read in the closed session items that are coming forward. Item F1, Government Code Section 54954.5C, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, Number of Cases 1, Lewandowski versus County of Trinity et al., Case Number 224 CV 01697-JAM-JDB, and Government Code Section 54954, Public Employee Evaluation, County Council. Do I have any public comment in the room on our closed session items? Seeing none, is there public comment online on closed session items?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, we will now adjourn the Trinity County Board of Supervisors meeting for June 2nd, 2026 and enter into a closed session.